Right, everybody, welcome to VCS 4 Day. We're still talking. Welcome to VCS4 Day 2022. Hopefully an event that's going to become an annual, or at least a biannual, celebration of this piece of equipment that came to live here in about 2019. But all of that history bit we'll be talking about shortly. That's what this day is about. We've got performances, we've got some people who used it back in the day, we've got some students, some alumni, visiting artists, all sorts of things happening. So it should be a really interesting day. It's going to be a little bit chaotic because we've got so many different things going on, but that's part of the fun. Now, before we actually, I introduce Francis Morgan, who's going to take us into the next section. There's a couple of things to say. The first one is that we really need to acknowledge the debt to electronic music made by Peter Zinovieff, who set up the MS company in the early 70s. And he passed away this day last year, and this was never intended as a memorial to him. The fact that we are here today is a combination that everybody was available to do it, the room was available, and it was within the end of term. So all those things have kind of aligned, so it has become kind of, you know, a celebration of his life as much as anything else. Now, James is going to talk a little bit about how we're setting this event within the context of the day here and within the department. So, James, can I bring you in?
Firstly, thanks everyone for being here. Thanks to all of you who've contributed to today and been present. I know it's been quite difficult. There's strikes in London and all sorts of things going on. And also, hello to everyone listening on the stream online. It's lovely to have an audience out there as well. Yeah. I just wanted to give a little bit of context as to how the VCS4 came to be here. I'm not going to give a kind of full history or anything like that because that's going to be covered in some depth very shortly. But over the last, I suppose, about 7 or 8 years, the Department of Music at Goldsmiths has been very focused on creating a series of archives and exploring various kind of histories of electronic music that perhaps weren't recognised within many institutions and within mainstream literature and research. This kind of started about 10 years ago with the Daphne Oram archive when it came to Goldsmiths and the Aramix machine, which eventually went to the Science Museum. And I was involved in cataloguing that as a master's student, and then carried on later during my PhD to kind of finish working with that collection. And then beyond that, I've been working very closely with the Electronic Music Studios on developing the archive of Lily Greenham, which is a tape and papers archive that is about to be finished in terms of the cataloguing and about to be made available at Goldsmiths. And perhaps kind of the biggest thing that's happened over the last few years is the creation of the Hugh Davies collection at Goldsmiths. So Hugh, as many people know, founded the Electronic Music Studios here, was great friends with Lily Greenham, and was also went to study with Daphne Oram when he was quite young. So there's this wonderful link, this kind of web of people doing extraordinary work that we're aiming to support, really, and kind of propagate their legacy and talk about their work and make this work available to people in the future. So in the process of working on the Hugh Davies collection, a wonderful thing happened. I met Simon Desorger, who will talk very shortly, and we began kind of talking a lot about Hugh's work and talking about what an archive might mean and what it might mean to have some of Hugh's instruments here at Goldsmiths, and what that then might mean for students and for researchers, and the difficulty that does exist with electronic music instruments when they enter archives, where often they're kind of sectioned off and kept in museums and they're not available to play, and it becomes very tricky in terms of exploring them and really truly understanding them because they're ultimately physically quite inaccessible. So as part of that conversation, Simon mentioned that he had this synthesizer, the VCS4, and over the years that followed, we worked together with the Electronic Music Studios and with support from the annual fund at Goldsmiths, who we're very grateful to, and we've been able to bring the VCS4 here. So I'm not going to say a lot more about it because most of it will be covered, but one of the things that has been of huge interest to me is thinking about how the VCS4 works for students, but also works for the general public and how they can access it and how researchers can access it, whilst also being very sensitive to the fact it is an old instrument that is fragile, and there's a lot of kind of, there's a big duty of care here with it. which I don't think negates it being open and accessible.
Yeah.
And I think that's something to talk about across the day and ponder.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we're hoping going forward to have at least one alumni and one visiting artist every year who can actually engage with this by proposal. And so we'll make it out into the community a little bit more. And as I say, this should hopefully become a regular event. So we can only hope to grow it as time proceeds. And I think that kind of covers any introduction we need to make. So I'm going to be handing over to Francis Morgan. And we have our guests on Zoom. We have, well, I'll leave it to you to introduce everyone.
Thanks. Well, I'll just introduce Jim.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'll introduce myself as well. Do I need to speak into this microphone? Is this for the recording and the live stream? Okay, so it's a little bit, I might move it a little bit. Hi everybody. So yeah, I'm Francis Morgan. I'm a writer and researcher and sort of electronic music historian, I guess. I'm also a co-chair of the Daphne Oram Trust, which, as James just mentioned, is part of this whole story as well. Thanks, Marcus, for inviting me to be involved in this event. And so, this first discussion that we're going to have now, I'm going to introduce James Gardner. So this is James. You can just see him very briefly on the screen. Jim, hi.
Hello there.
Hi. We'll move on to showing images in a minute, so you won't be sort of being looked at too much. Just to introduce. Oh, sorry. Okay. So James Gardner is a composer, a synthesist and researcher, and he's based in New Zealand at the University of Canterbury in Christchurch as a senior adjunct senior fellow there. I think that's right, Jim.
Yeah.
Jim has this very sort of long-standing connection with EMS and its various devices and history, since about I think as you said, Jim, the first time you visited EMS in 1976, which is kind of an amazing thing to have done. And since
I was still at school.
Yeah, just to clarify, I was still at school. Fantastic experience, I'm sure that was. And since 2014, Jim's been writing a book about EMS, about the company, about the instruments, about the people. It's going to be a really amazing source when it's completed. I'm very excited to see that. So what we're going to do, we're going to just talk briefly about the VCS4 in the context of EMS. Basically, what was EMS? Where did this thing come from? Give some of the sort of background and history to that. And then after that, Jim, you're going to stay on Zoom and you're going to be talking with Tom Hall about Medusa, the work by Harrison Birtwistle for which VCS4 was developed. So and I'm going to try and somehow make this work.
That's why I'm standing here.
That's why you're standing here, yeah. So I'm just going to share the screen, so people watching the live stream should be able to see. And
Is it actually loaded?
Yeah, it's there. And then hopefully we'll all be able to see it as well. Okay. Yeah. Right, and then I'll just I'll do that. Okay, so let's play from the start. So just give it a second.
It does take a little. Yeah.
Yes, here we go. So we're going to talk about EMS and the VCS4, and so even though I can see you on the screen, Jim, and you probably can just see my hands or something, but we'll figure it out.
I can see your hands. Yeah.
Yes, my hands. I'll just give you signals. Yeah, and just really to kind of give a bit of an intro to what was this sort of entity called EMS? What we sort of refer to it as the company, that built the VCS4, etc. But kind of what do we mean by that? Who were the people that made this device? What was it?
Well, the main people, as you've heard in the intro, was Peter Zinovieff, was the prime mover of the company. There is an actual connection with Daphne Oram. He actually studied tape editing and was his sort of student of hers in late 1962, early 1963. So there's a little connection there. He set up a studio in Ebury Street in 1963 and then moved it to Putney at the end of 1965. So he was working with electronic music. There's another guy, his engineer at the time, David Cockrell, was
Jim,
the
I'm just
main
gonna,
designer by the time we
so
got to
I'm just
EMS.
going to sort of start showing some images actually, so we can kind of see who we're talking about. So this on screen at the moment is the famous advert for EMS instruments, the Synthy range, which has got the great tagline, "Every picnic needs a Synthy," and we can see Peter Zinovieff, the founder of EMS, on the left there, holding the Cricklewood keyboard controller. And I'm just going to sort of skip through a couple. And this is David Cockrell, who was the designer of the VCS3 and VCS4, who Jim just mentioned, just for illustration there. Yeah.
The other person involved is Tristram Carey, who we don't have a picture of, but
we don't.
So basically, EMS formed in order to make some electronic music devices. They actually started out being called the British Electronic Music. That was their first name for a little while. So we're talking about the end of 1968. By 1969, they're a sort of entity, and by the time we get to the middle of 1969, they've made the VCS3. The VCS3 comes out of an inquiry by the Australian composer Don Banks for a very cheap synthesizer of some kind. He had a very low budget, either £50 or £100, various accounts on that. And Carey, Zinovieff and Cockrell made a device for him called the Don Banks Music Box, later called the VCS1, which kind of evolved through 1969 into the VCS3, which we see here. That's a very brief version. Lawrence Casserly, who we'll see later, was one of the owners of three. There are only 3 VCS1s, so he might talk about that a bit later, I don't know.
Yeah.
So anyway, by the time we get to 69, we've got the VCS3.
Yeah, I think it might be quite interesting at this point to put this in context of what was going on at this point with regards to, what it meant to be a synthesizer company. Something that, we're talking about the very, very early stages, aren't we, Jim, of there even being such a thing as a synthesizer manufacturer or even a synthesizer at all. And so
that's right.
The context of EMS...
You've basically got Moog, EML and Buchla and EMS, essentially. And all of these are cottage industries. These are not big industries. They're essentially cottage industries. Yeah,
we're sort of talking a lot, I suppose, about, this idea of instruments being often just built for particular people, like for particular specifications. In this case, the VCS3 coming out of an idea of making an instrument for Don Banks. I think that's very much the case with Buchla as well, wasn't it? It's Buchla building with and for Morton Subotnick or Ramon Sender in San Francisco, but then I guess what happens with the VCS3 is it becomes more than that. It develops into an actual product. It's something that has a sort of so it's quite unique in that way. I think it's the real beginnings of that of that process of saying, well, we're not just going to make these kind of personalised things for a very small group of people, that we can actually perhaps sell this and develop it into even if it is a very small industry, something like the beginnings of an industry. I think that's it's an interesting point, perhaps, in electronic music instrument.
That's right, and also the VCS3 happened to be very affordable compared to Moog and Buchla, and it was available in the UK and in Europe much more easily than those synths were. Yeah,
absolutely. And one thing I think, so we've got the VCS3, and this also this image here shows it with a keyboard, which was the Cricklewood, it's sort of keyboard controller. But I think it's quite important to, obviously some people here will know this, but other people may be not familiar with this, is what we think about when we think about a synth, and it not necessarily being a keyboard-based instrument. I think that's a very important thing to say about the VCS3. I don't know if you want to add to that.
That's right, yeah. I mean, it was at least as much built, well, when it first came out in November 69, EMS did not make a keyboard. It did have a keyboard socket on the back, so it was possible that there were plans to introduce a keyboard, but it didn't actually come out with a keyboard in the first place. So it was definitely not considered as a keyboard instrument. It was considered primarily the sort of centre of an electronic music studio, which meant that a lot of the things that you were supposed to do with it, or you could do with it, were processing other instruments. or processing tape sounds through the VCS3. So it was very much a processor as much as a sound generator.
Yes, I think that's a really important point, because it also ties into what we know about the VCS4 as well, right? Which had a very similar purpose. I want to just move on to put this in the context of Peter Zinovieff's studio, because I think the story of EMS as studio is very important in conjunction with the sort of narrative of how the company developed. And we see the VCS4 here. Well, we can't really see it too well in this picture, but it's right at the end. We're looking at the first picture of the Musis studio from 1970. Jim, I don't know if you can see it on the screen.
Yes, I can see that.
Yeah. Now, I wonder if we could say a little bit about what Peter Zinovieff was doing in his. He didn't set up a studio to build synthesizers. He set up a studio to research and develop computer music, and this is kind of what we see here. So
very much so. Very much art music focused.
Yeah.
It was not set up to make anything that was considered popular music. So that's an important thing to say too. What we've got here is a picture of his studio as it was by 1970, with 2 computers, which was fairly unusual, unique in the UK at the time, I think, to have a computer music studio. Obviously, this picture was probably set up for the Musis course, which ran in 1970, the middle of 1970. So there may be an element of PR here, sort of cramming in the tape machine and the VCS4 at the back there. But nevertheless, the VCS4 was in the studio for some time as an alternative source. We're not really quite sure exactly how it was used, but we can speculate that it was part of the armory, certainly at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it. It's been moved here actually into a different bit of the studio, but you can see it better at this point anyway. And
that's right. I mean, it's an illustration too that the studio was constantly being rearranged. It's virtually impossible to find 2 photographs from the studio with it in exactly the same configuration. So what was in the racks is always changing. It was constantly being updated and modified, so this might just be how it looked on one particular day or for a couple of weeks or something. It's always changing.
I mean, I know people who are always reconfiguring their studios, so it's obviously one of those. Yeah, it's one of those things that we do.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed. So, I think this is something that some people here will know, but others won't. Where was this studio? I mean, we sort of said in the caption it's in the garden shed, but that's a slightly diminutive way of talking about.
Yeah, it was in a purpose-built structure in the garden, towards the end of the garden, right by the Thames. The Deodar Road backs onto the Thames, the River Thames in London. Yeah. And this was in a structure that was built sort of at the end of 1965. Partly sunk. I think it was partly to get round planning permission, sort of planning requirements, that it was slightly sunk down into the ground. You can see pictures of Peter going into this online in various places, but that's where it was. Sort of a concrete roof as well. You can see in the previous one. Anyway, Yeah. So that's where it was. It was outside of the house at this point.
Yes, and then it moves into the house later.
That's right. About August 70, it moves in.
Here we go. So obviously we'll come on to this in some of the other presentations, but maybe if we could just give very brief details of how and when the VCS4 was made. I mean, what's the...
Well, the best guess is February 1970. Because the piece for which it was built, Medusa, the second version of Harrison Birtwhistle's Medusa, was premiered on the 3rd of March 1970. We know that the VCS3s that are in it, which Steve Thomas will probably talk about a bit later, were made in January 1970. So presumably February is the time when it was probably put together. We can't be sure, but that's the way it would point to that as being the most probable date.
Yeah, and it's part of, I mean, what at that point is an ongoing collaboration really with Birtwistle, isn't it? Which with Peter Zinovieff and Harrison Birtwistle, they met, I would imagine, about 1967, 68, and was it earlier than that?
It's a bit difficult. There are conflicting accounts about that, but I think probably late 68, early 69 was when they started to do things together.
Yeah, and what was the kind of...
Just after Birtwistle had got back from the States.
And the sort of nature of that collaboration. I mean, how would we describe that? Do you think this idea of the sort of composer working with the, for want of a better word, technologist, or it's quite an interesting one, I think, to explore.
It is. I mean, this is something that Laura Zatra has written about quite a lot. The kind of the role of the technologist as a kind of mediator between the technology and the composer, and certainly. All the accounts of Birtwistle and Zinovieff working together, it stresses that Birtwistle didn't actually get his hands on the machines very much, if at all. But he had the ideas which were then mediated in some way by Peter Zinovieff, which was a sort of became a way of working before most composers had a lot of technical knowledge, or the technology was easier to learn.
Yeah, absolutely. And it kind of carried on for quite a while, didn't it? I mean, they were, quite close collaborators for at least a few years, I think. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. Until sort of mid-70s when, they were working on The Mask of Orpheus, which was originally going to have EMS electronics, but for various reasons, most notably that EMS eventually went bust, it was eventually taken over by Earcam. But certainly, Birtwistle and Zinovieff collaborated on a number of pieces between 1969 and 1973.
Yeah, and we're going to talk in the next presentation. We will look more closely at Medusa and look a bit more at the nature of the collaboration then. So we've got the VCS4 in the studio. What happened to it after Medusa?
Well, this picture it must be taken after Medusa, because it's the second half of 1970. So it goes into the studio. Quite what it does there is, again, a question, because mostly this was a computer studio. This is not an analog synthesizer studio, essentially. It may have had some use for processing or whatever. We don't really know. But certainly it was there till the beginning of 1971. I think that's the next slide, is it?
Yeah, and you can just about...
So the big difference here is that we've got the arrival of the Digitana, which is later called the Synthi 100, on the left, which is a very large analog synthesizer, as many people watching will know, and that sort of superseded the VCS4, really, which you can just about see on the right above that Elka Panther 300 organ there.
Yeah, I think something quite interesting, I know we briefly discussed this, Jim, but we've sort of speculated a bit about the sort of relationship between the VCS4 and the Synthi 100, the kind of, where do those things kind of sit together? Is there sort of an evolution, evolution?
Well, it's very interesting. There? I mean, in your thesis, you've done a very good description of the evolution of the Synthi 100, and the Synthi 100, which we see here on the left, came about as a request from Radio Belgrade to build a larger synthesizer, and over the course of most of 1970 it develops from something fairly modest to something quite substantial. And what's interesting is that more or less at the same time as the VCS4 is being made, there are communications going between EMS in London and in Radio Belgrade, a guy called Paul Pignon, who was the instigator there. And the specs sort of gradually do a bit of a ping pong between the two instruments. So this is something that Steve Thomas will get onto later, but the random staircase generator that's in the base unit of the VCS4 ended up being part of the spec of the Belgrade. So there's a little bit of there's a bit of a relationship there. I mean, I wouldn't want to over-egg it, but there are certainly things that seem to be tried out in the VCS4 that end up being picked up in the Synthi 100.
Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense, considering obviously they're designed by the same person, by the same group of people.
Yeah.
And it's never the case that you would just completely start from scratch with a new project. I don't think you would always kind of, I mean, the VCS3 and the Synthi 100 are very closely related, so of course there's going to be that sort of, but I think it's, as someone who's, a lot of my research has been about the Synthi 100, I was really interested in this kind of what the VCS4 represents as a kind of midpoint perhaps, but also something very, very different, because the Synthi 100 is not a performance instrument, right? We look at, I mean, you can just look at it and you think, well, it's just not, is it? I mean, it's too,
not primarily.
Not primarily. It has been used as such, and it can be used as such, of course, and it also was used a lot as a processor in a similar way. But the VCS4 was developed specifically for live use, and I think that's something that's really interesting
in the
about
literature. Not that there's that much about it, but it's called live performance unit. So it's very much designed for live performance, and specifically for the bird whistle piece.
Yeah, I think it might be interesting to say a little bit about live electronic music at this point, just to give some context for people who may not be so familiar with that. What we kind of mean when we talk about live electronic music at this time in the late 60s and early 70s, and what was going on in that sort of, under that heading, let's say.
Well, I guess live electronics is in distinction from studio-based or tape-based electronic music, which was sort of prevalent from the 1950s onwards, really, the idea that you do everything on tape, it's non-real time. Actually, I mean, the work of Sean Williams has shown that there is actually a very big performative element in the studio works of people like Stockhausen, in fact, but it's not designed to be presented in front of a live audience, and that's what becomes different when we talk about live electronics. And this starts in the late 60s, really. I mean, one of the first groups is Musica Elettronica Viva. In Italy, we have, in the UK, you have Intermodulation group with Roger Smalley and Tim Suster, and then a bit later you have Gentle Fire, which is another group which included Hugh Davies, and they all used VCS3s. Alvin Curran had a VCS3, got it in February. Intermodulation have got their synthes by the end of 1969, so fairly early adopters. And the idea is that you can take something relatively portable, use it on stage, it's reliable enough to use on stage, and you can process things as well as make sounds on them. So I think it's an important thing that's starting to pick up in the late 60s, the idea of you doing live electronics, or whether that's processing acoustic instruments or processing taped instruments or making the sounds themselves. And in a sense, the VCS4 and what happens in Medusa is kind of part of that.
Yeah, it definitely sort of, I think, fits into that, even though it's not from one of those particular kind of electronic groups, along the lines of Gentle Fire and Intermodulation. I think it's interesting that there starts to be at this time a particular device as well that people start to use. I'm sure others will have sort of thoughts on this, but up until this point, perhaps there was a lot of probably making your own equipment, right, or kind of adapting things, or and something like the VCS3 kind of, it's an interesting point perhaps of there being, even though it can be used very differently, that there is a kind of almost a go-to, thing that can be used.
It's very affordable, it's relatively portable. Even by 1971, Michael Nyman is calling it the kind of, what does he call it, the requisite VCS3. So even by 1971, it's become a sort of fixture of electronic music, particularly in the UK, but certainly in Europe too. People are using VCS3 as the sort of almost standard equipment.
Yeah, and it starts to have a real life in other kinds of music, in rock music and pop music as well, which I think is
exactly
slightly later,
about the same time. 1970 is a kind of crucial year in this. It's when the VCS3 really becomes available. I mean, it's released in November '69, but it becomes really available in 1970. In the middle of the year, you also get the keyboard, but by the time you get to the middle of the year, middle of 1970, King Crimson have bought a VCS3, Dave Gilmour has bought a VCS3, for instance, and they were pretty early adopters. VCS3 is used on King Crimson's Lizard album in 1970 for processing as well as making sounds. So it's not just a question of the art music world is taking this on, it's beginning to be used in pop music. Obviously, there have been Moogs around, but for most people, Moogs were out of reach.
Yeah, particularly in the UK as well. Yeah. I mean, I think this is something that I sort of came across when looking into some of this around the sort of history of the BBC Radiophonic Workshop. One of the reasons that EMS equipment was so widely used there was because you look at the price for buying an American synth at that point, buying a Moog, it's the VCS3 and eventually the Synth 100 as well. They do represent something a lot more sort of affordable. Just to sort of
Yeah,
show
it's
an
also,
image
again,
from. Oh, sorry. carry on.
1970s. It's also the
Yeah.
year that the BBC get their first VCS3. So yeah,
It
it's
is.
it's all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a great image in terms of quality, but just to show intermodulation, you know, the sort of context of them. It's not great because they're not actually doing a lot in this photo, but to show that they had two VCS3s at least. But it's definitely, I think their approach to it was quite different to Gentle Fire, who just had the one that was being used by Graham Hearn, and quite different sounds and quite different kind of approaches. But just to sort of go back, just want to go back to the studio again because this is such a nice image, really. So I guess the thing here is probably just to kind of lead on to the next discussions and where we'll go into a lot more detail about the VCS4, what it was, how it worked, how it was used. But is there anything else do you think you want to say about it in the context of EMS, Jim? I mean, I know you've done a lot of kind of oral history research and interviewing with EMS people over the years. Was there anything about the VCS4 that people spoke about, that they mentioned, that you felt was particularly interesting or relevant to this discussion?
Not really.
Yeah, did they just forget about it?
You know, it was something that was there for a while and then disappeared.
Yeah.
I mean, I think certainly for Robin, perhaps it was something that appeared and then wasn't there. I mean, like a lot of equipment in the studio. I think maybe what's worth saying was that when the VCS4 was built, EMS really only had one product as such, the VCS3. They did make a dual ring modulator as well, but that was only in very small quantities. Yeah. So basically they had one product, and you see the two VCS3s in the top of the VCS4. They hadn't released a keyboard at this point, so this is effectively the first EMS instrument with a keyboard, actually. So again, it's not part of a big product line. It's part of a very, very small product line, one basic product. And it's not until we get to June of 70 that we get the keyboard, and then at the beginning of 1971 we get the Synthy 100, the Synthy A, and so on. Yeah,
I think that's, this idea of even having a product line is probably still very, very, very much at this point. It might not even been much of a consideration. It was still very much building things for people as and when they wanted them, or even just for kind of private use within the studio. And then, so where does, of course we're going to find out more about this later, but where does the VCS4 go next after it's no longer at EMS?
It next goes to the Royal College of Music,
which is where Lawrence Castley is going to talk about that.
Yeah, pick up the story there.
Yeah, pick up the story there, and we'll find out much more.
Exactly when it came to the college.
Right.
I don't know if you remember, if you know that, Jim.
I don't know if you heard that, Jim, but Lawrence was asking, do you know when it went to?
June 71, I think.
June 71.
I'm sorry, that's off the top of my head.
I really can't remember.
Yeah. Well, I think the interesting thing to say about EMS as a space as well, of course, I mean, this photo, it makes it look incredibly, I mean, it's a great photo, and it looks very stable and very sort of official. But of course, all these things, are subject to change. And actually, it didn't remain in this state for very long. And it did change, and it did kind of fragment, and eventually moved to Oxfordshire, if that's correct, isn't it?
That's right, in 76, yeah.
Yeah, and then only a few years later, really, the company closed and everything sort of dissipated a bit. So yeah,
that's right.
It's interesting. There's so much work and so much effort that's gone into this setup, but actually
it's also worth just quickly mentioning that this is part of a family house.
Yes.
This is not an exclusive studio. This is part of the house, under the kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's amazing, isn't it? And you can kind of see that here. It does look a bit like a house, but like a living room. But other photos of EMS that you might see, you can really feel that it is part of a house. And yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything. I think we could probably wrap it up now and go on to the next presentation. Talk about Medusa. I think there's anything else you'd like to say about EMS, just to finish off, or?
No, I think we've covered most things, but always happy to take questions.
If anyone has any questions, maybe we could do that later on. End of the day. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks a lot, Jim. That was really interesting. I think we've got
a
bit of a sense there of like how, what's the context within which this thing developed. Where does it sit in sort of history and culture of electronic music? And we will go on to then talk about Medusa. So yeah, thanks everybody. Do you want to, Marcus? Do you want to sort of?
All I'm going to say is we have we're going to look at
Come and sit down
Medusa.
so I can have
Yeah, you can bring.
say things.
Yep. Come and questions and things like that. So one thing we are going to have to do if we play any excerpts is we're actually going to have to blank out the audio on the live stream. I apologise, but it's a copyright issue, and we shouldn't reproduce excerpts. So we have with us Tom Hall, who is going to talk a bit more about that. I wouldn't be too surprised if Jim doesn't have a few things to say as well. So good day to you, Tom. How are you?
Hi, very well, thank you. Yes, lovely to be here. Also worth saying, Marcus, we really can't show any excerpts from the score either.
Oh, okay.
Feed, unfortunately.
Okay, so we are going to have to leave that entirely for this section. I apologise for this, but it wouldn't be fair for a number of reasons that will become apparent when we actually start our discussion. So I'm going to ask Pablo to do that now.
did not have a thing we would call a mixing desk.
Mm-hmm.
They would have had Hugh Davis's little Ewer mixers, 5 in, 2 out, and in which I vaguely, this is deep memory recall. I mean, you could put a sort of pick up from a record player in one of the inputs. It would be high impedance input, and then the others would be mic inputs, and they'd be pretty noisy. Now, what does amplification mean in those senses? Because you're not mixing at all, and I think Hugh would have supplied 2 or 3 of those. I am guessing, but none of those bands carried mixers, except mixers that are that big.
Yep.
I've stayed rather vague on this because I think that it's something we'll be returning to.
Oh dear me, I'm coming on both feeds. What's my voice doing on the other feed delayed by? And in which I vaguely, this is deep memory recall. I'll mute myself on my other system. Wait a minute, it's gone and gone to sleep, of course. And then the other, sorry folks, would be mic inputs. They'll be pretty noisy. Now, what does amplify? Main system off.
I think, sorry, I was just saying, Simon, that I've been purposefully vague on this because I know it's a topic that we'll return to in a later segment when we look at the VCS4 in greater depth. But it's point well taken, and I think we might see that the VCS4 goes some way to solve some of these issues. But yes, no spoilers at this point.
Well, intermodulation drove all their VCS3s straight into Ewer mixers. It would come out, go to the Ewer, or indeed, if not, that's where the mics would come in. The mics would go straight into the VCS3 or go through a Ewer, and then straight into amplifiers. You know, to hell with EQ.
Yeah, I think you saw one of those in the picture of intermodulation that we had earlier. I think Peter Britton's got a Ewer, one little Ewer mixer between the 2 VCS3s.
Yes.
We do have one of Hugh's mixers still here, incidentally. I found it the other day.
It's a nice point, though, Simon, about we're talking a little bit about touching on the functions of what the electronics and the amplification, etc., are doing here, and that's clearly one, isn't it? And we know Harry's interested for decades and ever about the idea of space and position.
Yeah, exactly.
And, you know, in many pieces, in some pieces, he has musicians walking around the stage, on and off, and backstage, and all kind of things that we take for granted coming from the history of opera, but not necessarily, you know, that much in 20th century music. So yes, there's all of those things about space and location and distance and what that might mean for our perception of what we're hearing and what's happening in our imagination, I guess. Well, I suppose we could. Is there any time for questions or other discussion or?
Steve's got. We do need to move on, but Steve has a question. So.
Question. Yes, it's Steve Thomas, Jim and Tom. And Jim, I know. Tom, I don't. Or Simon. It's really a question about the role of Zinovieff in these performances. So, is it the case that he operated the VCS4? You think?
That's a very good question, isn't it? My guess would be, if it wasn't him, who would it be? But,
yes.
He's advertised in the first performance of the second version. There's a sort of there's a panel ad, and he's credited.
Or other discussion or.
Steve's got. Steve, yeah, we do need to move on, but Steve has a question. So.
Yes, it's Steve Thomas, Jim.
I think someone's got the live feed going again. Is that possible?
It's really a question about the role of Zinovieff in these performances. So, is it the case that he operated the VCS4?
Simon, have you got your live feed still there?
I'm not on mute, am I? My handwritten notes of 1970 say that he was running the electronics, yes.
Right.
Oh. Well, that's what I deduced looking at them now. Piero players, Peter Zinovieff. He was deemed to be a performer.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Now, there's only one thing he would have been performing.
Yes.
And that would have been the electronics. So he was there running the electronic show in April 1970.
Yeah, that's implied too in the advert for the March concert too.
That's interesting because
it stands to reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when I talk later on about the functionality of the VCS4, one of the mysteries is actually who put this machine together, because
And the only other person who would have played the keyboard was Stephen Proslin, but I think, you know, we don't know where it was on the stage, but I suspect not. I don't think there's an actual keyboard part per se.
No, it doesn't look like it.
No.
Which is, you know, a bit, I suppose, since we know a little more about how and where the VCS4 comes into the picture, it could have been a pragmatic use of that existing instrument for doing most of what was needed, or much of what was needed in this piece. Plus, it had things that may not have been used at all in terms of the keyboard itself.
Yeah.
That's my guess at this point. In any case, as inviting as that keyboard is, with its markings and various other things around it.
Okay, I might just move us along a little bit because time is drifting. Not badly, we're still in with our schedule, which is great. So we should at this point remove the image of the score so that we can bring our live feed back in. Get rid of that so we can comfortably welcome them back. I'll just welcome back to everyone on the live feed. As I say, there were copyright issues associated with any playback or viewing of the Burt Whistle score. So we're now back into a section, and you are with us for the rest of the day. So welcome. So we're okay. I might just move us along a little bit because time is drifting. Okay. Badly, we're getting a bit of. So we should at this point remove. Why is this happening? The score, so that we can bring our live feed. Okay. Someone on Zoom still has their mic open. Simon. Okay, and then we now move on to a bit of a discussion about the actual history of the VCS4. We've got Francis is going to talk, Simon's coming in, Lawrence and James as a conversation thing, and I'd just like to say thank you ever so much to Jim and Tom for giving us so much information there about Medusa and early history. So please stay with us or join us via the live feed if you prefer, and we'll just kind of now move into the next section. So thank you ever so much. So on our timetable, it is a bit of a chat generally about the VCS4. So this is really where we're picking up from, talking about it beginning to arrive at the Royal College of Music, isn't it? And your sort of first encounters of where it comes into your life, really. And Lawrence has nipped off for a quick toilet break. I think he'll be back in a second. But absolutely
yes,
reasonable.
I'll just start the chat. I mean, I was at the Royal College of Music, Electronic Music Studios, a student from 1970 to 74, and I do vividly remember this amazing machine coming into the studio. We had all sorts of things actually kept cropping up in the studios. Things would appear, mainly because Tristram Carey was so involved with the EMS project. I'm never quite sure. Lawrence might fill us in. Yeah, go that way, Lawrence. Well, you're involved in this, Lawrence, so come and chat as well. You might remember, what was Tristram's involvement with EMS? It was in the design, wasn't it? It really was.
Yeah, he was. I think he was had quite a lot of responsibility, for example, for the actual layout of the VCS3 and the design of that. I think, Jim, you'll confirm that, won't you? Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that the shape, the positioning of the controls and all that was very much Tristram's part of the operation. Yeah.
So things kept appearing. I mean, there would be all. We had the VCS1 for a while, didn't we, Lawrence?
I'll be talking about that later.
Yeah,
yes, as Jim would.
Then other bits of equipment, and then at some point, Jim's already said about sort of 71, I think it was, the VCS4 came into the studio. It was just wonderful. As somebody who's more interested in sort of live performance and processing real orchestral instruments like myself, it was an absolute gift, a wonderful piece of equipment. And I did use it an awful lot. We had in the timetable, I don't know whether there's time for doing this at all, Marcus, we had in the programme to play a bit of this entering video. I can talk. I can talk a bit about that now. If you could pull up some of those pictures. I'll talk about that because it's quite interesting as an interesting way in which the VCS4 was used. So as a student there. Very close by there was the Royal College of Art Film School as well, and filmmakers, young filmmakers, student filmmakers were encouraged to come up to the Royal College of Music and make contact with composers, particularly in the electronic music world. We've got the wrong thing there, but never mind. And you make contact and find composers to compose music for their films. So this young filmmaker called Peter Donnerbauer came up. He was making a film all about Stonehenge. Would I do the music? I said, yes, great. So we did this film originally. Then he got very involved. He wanted basically... So... There you go. Someone who's got their live feed up still.
Very close by there was the Royal College of Art Film School as well.
Somebody can mute themselves.
I can mute everybody, can't I, from Zoom?
Music and make contact with composers, particularly in the electronic music world. We've got the wrong thing there, but never mind. And
bear with me for a second.
Make contact and find composers to compose music for their films. So this young filmmaker called Peter Donnerbauer came up. He was making a film all about Stonehenge. Would I do the music? I said, yes, great. So we did this film originally. Then he got very involved.
Remember where we do this?
Sam's got his mic up.
Someone's got their live feed up still.
And I think you can just mute him.
There you go. Great. Hooray!
Not quick enough.
It's slightly disturbing. I've now completely forgotten my drift. Someone have to tell me where I was. Yes, thank you. So now Peter, he started off making just straight films on cameras. But he was very interested in creating just pure colour stuff. How to do this? Well, he went down to the television studio. Now, in those days, you're talking about 1970. This was, just the traditional way. If you're a filmmaker and you're working in the TV studio, you're expected to be a producer, and you sit in a control room, and you tell the cameramen what to do, and they do it. But Peter didn't want to do that. What Peter wanted to do was to actually create live colour video. So he quickly discovered that he'd get behind all the control room. There are lots of little knobs and things, and twiddle these knobs around and detune them and completely mess them up and mess all the colour up and do exactly what he wanted. So in a sense, he was doing what a live electronic composer would do. He's using the cameras as microphones and then processing it through the VCS4 with live instruments. So somewhere along, there you go, there's the VCS4. You can move a couple more on a little bit quicker. There you go. So there's me doing something. I'm fiddling there with one of Peter's live instruments. What he had was a device he'd made with a loudspeaker and a tube and a membrane across the top, and then various liquids. So as I created the music, you'd get vibrations, and then the camera's looking at those vibrations, and then you get a direct link from the music to the image, which he would then process. What we're going to play you now is called Entering, and it was the first ever broadcast on television of an abstract colour movie. And if you think about doing that now, 7 minutes with no documentary, nobody saying anything, no jokes, no interviewers, just live abstract colour video and electronic music. It must have turned a few heads, I should think. So it was done by we can play it right now, and then I'll answer any questions on it or tell you how it worked.
With me 2 seconds.
Well, I suppose it all, with all modern stuff and computers, it probably sounds quite primitive in some ways. But when you think about it, it was done completely on this with some few bits of pre-recorded tape as well, and done live. So you've got an actual live improvisation between a filmmaker and a musician, and we're both feeding off each other. He's doing things and I'm responding, and it's like playing with other musicians. So, you know, that's what's really exciting about it. And it must have looked amazing at the time for the BBC Two audience. What on earth is going on? Anyway, so there we are. The little bits of fun little anecdotes. How the BBC did it was they didn't want to have it recorded at the Royal College of Art Film School. I think partly because they'd only got maybe a 1-inch recorder, and they wanted on their massive 2-inch recorders in Broadcasting House. So they sent an OB unit down, outside broadcast unit down. Broadcast it live, because it was all done as a live performance in one thing. When then bounced off Crystal Palace to BBC Broadcasting House, where they recorded it. And the fun thing was, we did our rehearsals in the morning, worked the piece out, and so on.
Film school. I think partly because they didn't got maybe just let Peter in, and he must have his recorder.
He's got his mic on.
Massive 2-inch recorders in Broadcasting House. So they sent
maybe just mute him a minute.
Broadcast unit down.
So I can finish talking.
Broadcast it live.
That's it. Okay, so just to finish that off. So we did our rehearsal in the morning. We then went off to have a bit of lunch, and when we came back, the technicians in the OB unit thought, oh my God, the colour levels are all over the place, and they adjusted all Peter's levels back to normal. So when he came back, it wasn't working anymore. So we then said, no, it actually has to look like that, guys. You know, just leave it alone. This is what's going to happen. So anyway, and that's it. Anyway, maybe Peter's got a contribution, and you can open his.
See if we can bring him in. Where are we? Where's Zoom gone?
Simon, could you just remind me what year that was?
1974, that was.
Okay,
So just at the end of my college time, you know, there.
Hello, Peter. Can you hear us?
Yeah, he's on mute.
He's on mute. I don't know if you can hear us because he's not.
Is Ben listening?
I can't unmute him, can I?
You can send a message.
ask to unmute.
Peter, if you can hear us and you can unmute yourself, if you want to contribute, you don't have to. You can just enjoy listening, or you can unmute yourself and put something in if you like. Okay.
Are you with us, Peter?
I think that's.
Hello, Peter. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm here. I've managed to get in on Zoom.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah.
Is there listening?
Yeah, I've been listening to you, Simon.
Have you got any contribution to make, or do you just want to just enjoy it?
If you want to contribute, you don't have to. You can just enjoy listening, or you can unmute yourself and put something in if you.
I don't think I've got anything to add, Simon. But you, if anyone's got any questions, I can try. But
are you with us, Peter?
Yeah, I am.
Sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm here.
It's like we're doing electronic music, isn't it? Peter, do you have your live stream link on as well? To make it, or just want to if you want to contribute, you don't have to. You can just enjoy the scene, or you can unmute yourself to put something in.
Sorry, Peter. We've just muted you because it's creating chaos with the live feed. So we're getting delays and hearing ourselves from about 15 seconds ago coming back in again, which is very confusing. So sorry about that. We'll continue, but hopefully you can enjoy it. Any other questions about that particular piece? Otherwise, we can start. Yeah.
I had a question about how. So the VCS4 was in the studio at college.
Yeah.
And you were able to take it wherever you wanted to take it.
Well, I presumed I did because it went down to the Royal College of Art Film School. I don't know how I got it there. I probably at the time I used to drive around on an old Panther motorcycle. More of that later with a sidecar. So it may be that I shoved it in my sidecar and took it down. I mean, this thing is actually did go all sorts of places. It went all around Europe. We'll talk about that later. But so you know, and it's it seems to have been quite tough because it survived very well.
And a question about the film, is that available anywhere?
Entering, I don't know. I think what we'll do is we'll drop Peter an email. I've got a feeling it's up on Vimeo. I've got a feeling.
Can you hear me now? Because I have the live feed on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Perfect, loud and clear.
Yeah. Okay. I had the live feed running, so that was causing the feedback problem, I think. And someone suggested I switch it off, so I have done.
Yeah. Good.
There's a question, Peter. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Simon.
Fantastic. Okay, well, there's a question. Is entering available anywhere to view? I said probably on Vimeo. Is that right?
No, it's archived up at the Rewind archive in the University of Dundee. So it can be accessed through Rewind, I think. The only thing I thought I should say about the piece is it did have a theme. The theme was about the experience of birth. So the three sections are the sort of being in the womb, and then the experience of being born through a birth canal and the trauma that involved, and then the quietude and the acquiescence and sleep at the end. So if you recall, Simon, that was the structure of the piece, and what we were trying to evoke was the actual experience of being birthed. And I love the electronic music that you were able to produce, because it didn't relate to anyone playing an instrument. You couldn't visualize somebody playing a flute or a violin. No one had a vision of people playing synthesizers in those days, so the sound was incredibly abstract, much as the imagery was. So that's what was so exciting about working with you and VCS4, apart from your incredible abilities to improvise and play these very complicated instruments, as well as your flute sometimes. So that's what I was trying to say earlier, perhaps, about entering, but I can't answer the question about it being available. It's other than that Rewind.
Great. Just to say, just finish this off, we did create lots of other videos together. There was one lovely one we did with Ernest Burke, who, if anybody knows about Ernest Burke, he was an amazing dancer and also an electronic music composer, and we did one with him dancing when he was about 70. He was amazing guy. So we did lots of others. They're all available somewhere, I guess. But I think probably we're running very close to time, aren't we, Marcus?
Yeah,
we should keep moving on.
Yeah, everything is moving in a good way, because some things are coming a little bit earlier than was anticipated.
Oh, good. So we could talk, I mean, anything else about the history of the VCS4, as far as I know, and Lawrence can chip in as well.
I think Steve's got a question.
We're due to move on now.
Yeah, we are due to
Let's move on. Let's move on.
We've got enough time for a question, that's fine, because we've already talked about it.
It's just a bit of a technical question. I was intrigued by the visuals, and you had this tank with a speaker with water, but the actual colours, were they produced by lighting the actual surface of the tank, and there were some parts?
No, I mean, Peter, I'll answer for Peter a little bit. In my understanding, he's using virtually a black and white camera. Peter might know.
Yeah,
I think a black and white camera, and he's controlling the colours by tweaking, or say the controls. There's behind the televisions and in this control room, all these knobs where the technicians would normally go to make sure that all the colours were correct. But Peter used to actually play with those and fiddle them. Later on, he built an actual video synthesizer, which was the video Kalos synthesizer, which you could then use in performance. And later on, Lawrence was very involved. We created a live performance video electronic music group called VAMP, Video and Music Performers. And we did do several live performances around the place with his video Kalos synthesizer. But at that time, he just worked with what he got, which was the studio. And, you know, a bit like those very early electronic pioneers like Tristram Carey used bits of old radar equipment and all sorts of things and made it work, you know, and that's what people did.
Simon, can I still be heard?
You certainly can.
Yes.
Yeah, basically the studio had 3 old first generation colour cameras, to answer that question technically, and they have 3 tubes. One analysing the red part of an image, one red, green, and blue, the classic colours of light. And I could control each of those pickup tubes separately and make them more or less intense. So the engineers would normally balance them to try and give a very accurate colour reproduction, and I was doing exactly the reverse and using it for aesthetic purposes, and effectively adding colour to the imagery that was being produced. And there was a lot of feedback processes as well, creating those complex images. Video feedback may be familiar to you or not. And then, of course, there was the feedback between Simon and I. So the concept of feedback loops, a bit like performers performing together, was very important. Okay.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much. And thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Peter. So we're now going to move on and hand this section over to Simon and Lawrence, who are going to take us on something of a journey. I'm going to attempt to do a little bit of AV in the background.
Okay.
So over to you, gentlemen.
Okay, so I'm going to do the first bit of this.
You might need to be by a microphone host.
I can't be. I have to be here. So
okay.
if either the microphone moves or I'm not near it, basically, you can have that. Yeah, is that near enough? Because I have to operate things. Yeah. Okay. We need both of them, do we? Yeah.
One or the other.
One of the. Okay.
Shall I bring this one a bit closer to you, think?
All right. I mean,
You're
should
fine.
be. I'm talking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Okay. What I intend to do in my portion of our presentation is to put a wider context around the VCS4, and I'm going to start, as Jim mentioned before, the VCS1. Have you got that image ready? Oh, there it is. There it is indeed. This was my version of the VCS1. As Jim said, there were 3 of them made. They all looked a bit different, but this is the one I had, and in 1969, Peter Zinovieff said to me he was going to sell this, and he really liked the idea of me having it. And there's one tiny little story attached to that. Delia Derbyshire was having a look at it and evaluating it, but Peter said, no, I don't want her to have it, I want you to have it, which was very nice of him. And I went and collected it from the Kaleidophone studio in Camden Town from Delia Derbyshire's own hand, one of the very few times I actually met her. But yes, so this was the beginning for me. There's been talk before about live electronics and studio electronics. I did a number of studio pieces in the early days, but it was the live performance that really interested me. And what I'm going to talk about first is the piece that this was used on, my very first live piece in 1969, which is called Solos, Commentaries and Integrations, and it's a piece for clarinet, percussion, and tape and live processing of the clarinet. And that was the other interesting thing about that. The tape part, the material for the tape part, was made in 1968 in Peter Zinovieff's studio, that studio in the garden, on his PDP, whichever it was at that stage, computer, and I produced the material for that, and then with a bit of further processing in. So in this excerpt, we will hear if we can move on to the next slide. This is the first page of Solos, Commentaries and Integrations, and we're going to pick it up just about where the where the clarinet comes in, again with for the first time ring modulated. And if I can do that, let's hope it's going to work. taper comes back in there. Goes over to the next page. So that was my very first live performance piece, I say, in '69. In 1967, I had been one of the very first students of electronic music in Britain. In September 1967, Tristram Carey started teaching a course at the Royal College of Music, and a short time after that, Hugh Davies started the studio here at Goldsmiths. And later on, Later on, I also did some teaching here at Goldsmiths from 1972 to 1975, I think. So I was assisting Tristram Carey with some of the teaching at the Royal College, and I'd also started a studio at the new Cockpit Arts Centre in 1970. I was teaching there, and when my first term here at Goldsmiths, in the studio out in the outside college, and an apparition appeared in the doorway, announced that he was the poet in residence, and what was I going to do about it? Now this apparition became a very, very great friend of mine. This was the great sound poet Bob Cobbing, who became a very close friend and colleague of mine for many, many years. In fact, the last time I performed with him was only a year before he died. He played at my 60th birthday celebrations in Colorscape in York in 2001. And so he was a very long-term and very sometimes quite close colleague. And what we did was he had written some poems which are, if you have the next slide, please. He'd written some poems for a book that was published for the centenary of Shakespeare called Poems for Shakespeare. And these are three of these little things, and he called them 15 Shakespeare Kaku. And we did this, the early part of this piece was made at the studio here at Goldsmiths, and I recorded his voice, layered it with different speed changes and different things, and then made an accompaniment on the VCS4. And so what you're going to hear, you will hear some of the accompaniment, and I also used the VCS4 for some of the processing. So I was using both processing and synthesis at this stage. And this is an excerpt from there. Is it coming? No. Why is it not happening? Yeah. Transition there from noise-based material to oscillator-based material. Okay, and So that was, so I've been from the VCS1, I've been to the VCS3, was all part of what I did. By this sort of time, the VCS4 was in the RCM studio, although I never really used it very, very much myself. But Simon used it a lot. And then what I'm going to look at is how things developed on from there, because the digital system that I use now, my signal processing instrument, very much harks back to a lot of those early techniques, particularly things like tape delay and modulation and those things. But by moving to a digital system, I was able to control it in very, very, very different ways. And we'll hear some more of that later after Simon talks about the VCS4 and performance with the VCS4.
Right, okay. So at some point, and Lawrence may remember the time, is this the right one?
Yeah, that's good. Oh no, that's Lawrence's
that one.
performance.
No,
That one. No, you take that one.
Take that
I'm just moving this out of the way so it doesn't
That's right.
back.
There we go. So at some point, Lawrence may remember the exact date. The VCS4 came into my possession, and I think what actually happened was, Lawrence might correct me a little bit on this, is that the Electronic Music Studio at the Royal College of Music was becoming more computer orientated, and there was this huge, great dinosaur sat, as it must have appeared then, sat in the corner, which people weren't using.
A kind of time when students were all over the new samplers and the new digital techniques, and a funny old analog thing was really not of much interest at all. You know.
So Lawrence said, I don't know what to do with this, you know, we're going to have to chuck it away. And he asked me if I wanted. I said, yeah. So I got it, which was great, because then it sort of stayed in the family, you know, in a way, because I had it and we could carry on using it for various projects that as they came up, and it didn't disappear. And I absolutely loved it. It was just wonderful. And about the early 1980s, we formed a group called the Electro-acoustic Cabaret, and the core piece for this Electro-acoustic Cabaret was probably the most unusual duet pairing you've ever come across in your life, which was an old 1959 Panther single-cylinder motorcycle and an old synthesizer. There you go. Now, actually, what I'm playing there is not the VCS4. It's actually another antique device. It's an Apple IIe computer with a Green Gate sampler inside it. We'll talk about that in a bit.
How many people remember that?
Yeah. I've still got it up in my loft. This used to live in my loft as well. So what this group was, Electro-acoustic Cabaret, our idea was to, if you like, to bring more people into enjoying our kind of music, electroacoustic music that people normally think of as being difficult, and to make it just to make people enjoy it. So the key thing was, whatever performance it was, wherever it was, people had to be sat as if they were in a cabaret with tables and chairs, having drinks. We did in Sweden at the Kulturhuset, and it was the first time ever that they were allowed to serve alcohol. We said, no, we're not doing it unless you have table service and people can drink in the performance. So that was it. Make people relaxed, make people enjoy it. We had a compere who told jokes, and then you'd have Hugh Davis performing, and then you'd have some more jokes, and then we'd do our big piece, which was the piece for live Panther motorcycle and VCS4 synthesizer and mime artists. And this piece, what we did, we had contact mics all over the Panther. Lawrence would play it as a percussion instrument, hitting it with spanners and all sorts of stuff. You can see some of the very big spanners. This is a vintage machine that's now worth a lot of money, and if anyone ever buys it, they're going to say, why has it got dents all over the petrol tank and all over? Lawrence is bashing it with these huge spanners and mallets. And the reason he's bashing it there with the spanners is because the only way we could trigger off the sampler in the Apple IIe computer was with a battery, so it'd take a little charge to do it. So we had one side of the battery connected to the motorbike and the other end to the spanner. So every time Lawrence said he triggered off the next sample, and we're probably going to play you a bit of that being played. So anyway, we'd go around, we went all around Europe, went to Sweden and Denmark and Germany, all over the place, Belgium, lots in Belgium. Everywhere we went, when TV companies heard that we were playing a motorbike live on stage, we got the people out. It was always sold out, always. We had to do several nights to, which was great for, people like Hugh Davis and Alan Tomlinson, lots of contemporary musicians to be able to play in front of a very large, appreciative audience. It was marvellous, and it was great fun playing all unusual instruments. We had a musical saw, we had a musical alien, we had a boghorn, which was donated to us by, there's the boghorn being played by Alan Tomlinson, great improvising trombonist, with smoke coming out of it, of course. The climax of it was a huge, great smoke bomb would go off. So we had lots of fun. And in 1985, I'm sure this will remind me, was the anniversary, it was the 300th anniversary of the birth of Bach, wasn't it? 1985, yeah. And we were asked, somebody commissioned us to produce a new version of a work of Bach. So naturally enough, we said, let's do it on the motorbike. So we actually, Lawrence originally studied organ at university or college in America. So he wanted to play the toccata in D minor. So basically we sampled...
Never play it on the organ.
Yeah, so we sampled all the notes of it into my Apple IIe computer. The notes are made by originally sampling the sounds of the panther being hit and struck and so on. And then Lawrence played it. Have we got that? Yep. So we did it on German TV. German TV heard about that and said, could you come and play the motorbike live on the stage? Now, and sadly, in this performance, it's not the VCS4 you're going to see, it's just the VCS3, because we just did a little snippet at the beginning as we came on of sort of some live playing of the bike with contact mics, just to give a feeling of what it was like to the synthesizer controlling it. And it was just too much instead of the VCS4. We just did a VCS3, probably one of these VCS3s. It was probably one of these we just took by itself to do that bit, and then it goes into the performance of the Bach. So here we go. This is Menschmeyer from 1983, 1984.
I think it was 87. Okay.
Die Toccata und Fuge in D-Moll von Johann Sebastian Bach in einer völlig außergewöhnlichen Instrumentierung. Ich verrate sie noch nicht, Sie sehen sie gleich selbst. Hier ist the Electro-acoustic cabaret. the Electro-acoustic cabaret. Am Computer Simon de Sorger, am Motorrad Lawrence Casserly. Meine Damen und Herren, das war nicht irgendein Motorrad, das war ein Panther, Baujahr 59. Und die Herren haben mir gesagt, man kann es zwar auf jedem Motorrad machen, aber dann klingt es nicht so gut. Offensichtlich ist der Panther die Stradivari unter den Motorrädern. Ne?
That's a great joke at the end. It was very, very, very funny. Okay, so in true electroacoustic cabaret style, we didn't tell them to do this, but it was, first of all, that was broadcast live. I think it was the most popular programme on German TV at the time.
It went out live to about 20 million people.
Yeah, and
So I think that's probably the largest audience.
yeah, probably, and they were very clever people, really. They did it live, but their audience, as they came in, they gave them some very, very strong German lager, and then they did no matter what you did, they enjoyed it. It was marvellous. So I think that concludes a bit about the Electronic Cabaret. Any questions about that, or motorbikes, or anything? Yes.
I had a really sort of basic question, I suppose, about how you did the sampling of the tones on the motorbike.
Okay, so it was very, very simple, really. Just sampling different sounds, just hit sounds mainly, and some run sound. Well, once you've got the samples, then you just sequencing them in order for the toccata, and then each one is brought up by hit. It looks like he's really playing, but of course, actually just bring up. I'm giving all the secrets away, Lawrence.
The great thing about that sampler was that you could trigger it from an external trigger, so it didn't have to have a fixed time. So I could actually play each thing and do that. So that really made it work.
Yeah. And the reason why the Panther was because when I used to drive this thing around, if anybody knows anything about motorbikes, it was the largest production single-cylinder engine made, apart from big ones on ocean-going liners and stuff. But it was a single-cylinder engine. You get your whole fist in when you had the head off the barrel, and a single cylinder, and it was designed to pull very large weights like a sidecar. The advertising used to show a family of four, so a mother and father and two children in the sidecar, towing a caravan up a very steep hill in the Lake District. That was because so it's got a very, very slow ticker. You just go boom, 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 boom. That's each beat of the engine. So while I was driving, I thought, this is just great. This should be a musical instrument, you know. And you could hear all the chains and cogs all whirring. And the piece that we did, which we're not, I don't think we'll show because it's a bit longer. It's a bit long side. We have got a recording of us doing the main piece, which was called "The Infernal Clanking of the Chains and Cogs of Beelzebub." Just a little light title, and that was all done with live Panther, running with the contact mics, tuning in. I could just tune into all the different cogs in the timing case and all the gears in the gearbox, run them through the VCS4, and then process them. Just some just simple things like just ring modulation makes them absolutely amazing, you know. And using the joystick. The joystick is the most wonderful live performance device because it's an XY axis, so you can move around filtering and ring modulation, whatever you like, and control them. And of course, you've got two of them on the VCS4, so you can just do more complex things. So that was all done live. And the show which we did live on stage, as I said, had two mime artists dressed as grotesque masks and used to get amongst the audience and spit at them. So it was a great theatre show. The first time we did it in a little bit of other interesting information. First time we did it in England was at Nettlefold Hall, where we later ran a festival. And when we tried to do this, the people that ran the hall said, you cannot have a running motorbike on stage in England. You just can't do it. Fire regulation went like this. I said, it's ridiculous. Come on, we'll take all the exhaust fumes off with a pipe. We'll do all sorts of it. No, you can't do it. You can't have a petrol engine on stage. So it's ridiculous. You know, you've got a car. Anyway, eventually they said, well, look, I can see you're serious about this. The only way we can think of you doing it is at the back of the theatre. There's some big doors which will open up where we bring the stage scenery in. And so you can be outside with a running bike and have another bike on stage. What we did, we had a friend of mine had another Panther, so Lawrence played that as a percussion instrument, and I played the running motorbike outside the theatre, but you could see it. Only one snag, the theatre was on the first floor. So they had a big sort of crane thing that they used to bring this scenery up. So I had to have my bike with big chains hanging on this bike. And at the right moment, I'd been playing the VCS4 with Lawrence bashing hell out of this other Panther, which got a lot of dents in it as well. And then at the right moment, I then dashed outside the theatre and ran out, got on the bike and started up. And then there's a controller, and I sort of appeared like one of those old cinema organs, sort of appearing out of the gloom, this bike. And I'm hanging in the air about 10 feet in the air on this bike, which probably now I might have thought twice about, a little bit dangerous, bashing hell out of the bike and running it up. So that was it. Okay, any more questions about Electro-acoustic Cabaret? Otherwise, we will move on and launch to get us into more modern times.
Okay, move on.
I will be very quick because we're running a little bit late, so I'll be as quick as I can. But what I want to do first is to bring up something which came from the cabaret, and which was we made a theatre piece for our mime artists, and Alan Tomlinson on trombone, and Simon on flute, and I was playing a cage with contact mics on it, and but what the piece that Simon played was a monk praying. It's just a long prayer that he got. Yes, here it is. Here's a big bit of it, but one of the problems about this piece was I could never play it the way I really, really wanted to. And part of the reason for that is that it needs an 81-second delay line, which was kind of difficult to get in those days, but we cobbled it together out of what we had and made it work. Is what we did. But I was never really happy with it because it never did what I really, really wanted to do. But so one of the things I was doing a lot during the 1980s is working with developing digital signal processing machines to try to find ways to overcome a lot of these. There are all sorts of other problems. I was finding that, no, I want to do that, but I can't. How do I go about it? And I was absolutely convinced that the way forward was computer based, but of course computers weren't up to doing all this sort of thing at the time. So I spent quite a lot of time developing stuff. I had some interesting prototypes, and I did some nice things, but actually getting to a really viable finished thing was very difficult. And then in the beginning of the 90s, Earcam came out with the Earcam signal processing workstation, and I immediately realized, well, this is what I've been trying to do for these. This is exactly what I've been trying to do. And I was very fortunate in actually being able to acquire one of these. And I was one of the first people to have one in 92. And one of the first things I did was to realize this piece with its 81-second delay line on the Earcam workstation. I'll come back to that in a moment, but here is what happens is the bit where the clef is the beginning of a long melody which goes on for several more pages and then wraps round. You see the tie at the beginning, it wraps round to the beginning again, and then once the melody comes back, Simon can start taking some of the alternative parts, following these arrows and going, he might come down here and play this bit and then go back up to here and play that bit and come down and so on. And the idea is he gradually introduces more variation into it. So what I've got here is the very end of Simon playing the melody on his own, and leading to the moment when the delay comes back in after 81 seconds, and Simon starts to do variations on it. The idea that the comment I make about the piece is it's like he makes this prayer which spreads like ripples over water, and that's the whole idea of the thing. It goes out, spreads out around the whole world. Okay, so this was a a crucial crossover piece in that sense, and there were a number of pieces that I'd written, particularly in the 80s and late 70s, which I reworked for the ISPW when it came. But the real thing came when I was beginning to work a lot with people like Evan Parker and Barry Guy, doing improvised music, and I wanted a different way of thinking about the whole way of doing electronic processing. And what I came up with was a system that is very much harks back to the beginning. A lot of systems people have done for live performance are based on sampling, but I didn't base it on that. That seemed wrong for me. And what I did was to base it on delay lines. And the great thing about a delay line is it's always recording. So you've always got the material, and when you're improvising, you don't know what material is going to come. So how do you choose when to put your sampler into record? Whereas the delay line's recording all the time, and what I devised was a way that I could time from when a sound goes into the delay line, and then play a key and read off the current time of the delay line and set a new tap to that time. And so I've got a polyphonically controlled multi-tap delay line, which I haven't heard of anyone else ever doing that. And that was the moment that gave me the freedom to suddenly take a whole new approach to what I was doing. And in '97, I worked with Evan Parker at the Stein Studio in Studio for Electro-Instrumental Music in Amsterdam, and between us we made the beginnings of this and we recorded a CD of the work we were doing there, which was released later in '97, called Solar Wind. And this is the first piece, Pachacamac, which starts out with it sort of grows into whoops, that's not what I want to do. That one I want. That's just a very little bit more. Okay, I'll stop that because we're short of time. Yeah, so that was the beginning of a whole new approach to being an electronic musician. I'd spent so much time moving faders and turning knobs and this thing, and I was beginning to get to something where I could actually play the music. This was my instrument now, and so since that time, this is my main instrument, and it's grown on from there. So I've got a couple of. Could you pull up another? I've got two examples.
Okay.
This was the instrument in the mid sort of about 2007. I think this picture was taken, where it had got much more complicated. I was trying to do more. I was working with the Electro-acoustic ensemble and working with a number of musicians, and so I got a more complicated thing. I was using these Wacom graphics tablets to change things. You see I had rows of faders. It needed two computers to do it at that time. But now if we go on to the next one, this is it today. It's this photo was taken last autumn in Italy, and so I've got this Novation Launchpad, an iPad running Touch OSC, a computer, and an interface, and that's it. That's the whole instrument. That's all we need. Here it is. Four bits of stuff on the table, and so it's and I can do so much with it. You know, this is what a lot of people. I've spoken to a lot of people who said they worked with laptops and they did things, and then they found they moved to modular synthesis or something, and that was a great freeing up moment for them. Well, for me, it was exactly the opposite. What freed me up was going digital, and so it's quite interesting the way these stories work differently for different people. But we're running short of time. Do you have anything more to say, Simon?
I don't think so. Unless anyone's got any more questions on the.
Shall we do a little bit of playing? We were going to do a little bit of playing.
Give us a demonstration of the system.
Do a short piece. Okay.
I mean, time-wise, we'll find. What we'll do, Steve, there's a short break scheduled after this. We'll just not worry about the break and go straight into your presentation. And that'll put us back on schedule.
Yeah. Okay.
very gently put one of my instruments on the VCS4. Oh. There's a, yeah. Okay. Which is the mic I'm using, Lawrence?
You're using that one.
That one.
You've got the. Do you want
Oh
the
yeah,
DPA?
yeah, for the DPA.
Just like that. There's the DPA. That seems a little bit wound up. I think it's wound up in there. So
My help.
better.
That's okay. No, we're
All
all right.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to say one last thing about the VCS4, after the Electro-acoustic cabaret, we sort of just started doing other things, and it sort of just stopped. And from then on, until it arrived here, the VCS4 lived in my loft. I just sort of just looked after it, kept it as dust-free as I could, and was just waiting for the right place. I always wanted it not to go to a museum. I wanted it to go somewhere where it would be played and loved and looked after, and here it is. So, yes.
I was just wondering if I could ask you a question, for Lawrence in particular.
Yeah.
You mentioned Bob Cobbin and
Yes.
you're at Goldsmiths, and I wondered, in your time working with Bob Cobbin, did you work with Lily Greenham at all?
A little, not really. I knew I knew her, but I didn't. That's slipping down. That's.
And how did you find the sound poetry and the VCS4 intertwining? Did you?
Well,
what was your experience with?
I didn't very often use the VCS4 with Bob. I did once or twice. It was what I tended to do is one of the things I did was a modification of the VCS1, which gave me foot pedals to control an oscillator frequency and a filter frequency. And what I used to do is to use that with a ring modulator. So I put the voice through the ring modulator, and then I could control the oscillator and the filter with foot pedals. And then very often I also used a delay based on two tape recorders, one of which had variable speed. And so on the other one you bypass the capstan, so it was controlled, and then you could make a delay and you can change its speed dynamically. And that meant that not only the time changed, but also the pitch changes. Because as you, when you're going in shortening its speed, it goes up higher, and when you're lengthening it, it goes down. So I had a very could do some really quite complex things with that. So that was, I often used that with Bob and with other people as improvising. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And the other thing I was going to say about there's two things about it. One is the way it uses delay lines. The other thing, it uses the pitch transposition is done by something called a Hilbert transform, which makes a single sideband modulator. So it's like half a ring modulator, and putting frequencies into it, you can put, if you put positive frequency in, the pitch goes up. If you put a negative frequency in, the pitch goes down. And so that way I can move pitches around, but they're not tempered in any way. So they're always different relationships to what. And I've got different ranges here, so I can do different things with them. Yeah. So it's based on modulation and delays. So right back to the beginning. Okay, Simon.
Fantastic. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
That's really cool. Thank you very much indeed, Lawrence and Simon. And for contextualising the VCS4 into something of the contemporary era as well. Now, although on our programme we are scheduled to take a break, we're going to roll straight into Steve's talk about VCS4 and functionality. I'll call up his PowerPoint for him, and that will put us back on the schedule.
Great. Well, first of all, I have to take all these pins out because I thought I might have time during the break. But that's all right. Okay. play the Medusa bits. So you wanted to I should say my involvement with the whole VCS4 here is not as a musician. I'm actually I'm a physicist from Queen Mary College in London, but I also have a small company called Digital Electronics, which is for a number of years been building interfaces for the EMS synths. So a lot of musicians want some particular kinds of interfaces, whether they be going into the matrix or some MIDI or even other things, and also make a few of the classic EMS products under license from Robin Wood at EMS. So that's why I think the guys here got me involved, and I was really happy to do so, and I jumped at the chance. I didn't need asking twice, because this is really a fascinating instrument. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about the functionality. I won't really go into the technicalities because I think it's a general audience, and if people want to ask afterwards, I'm happy to talk to them. So I just want to put a little bit of flesh on this instrument. We've heard a lot about it and its performances and so on, but I'm conscious that a lot of people don't even know what a VCS3 is, let alone a VCS4, and the people maybe online. So I thought I'd take a little bit of time just to explain in a few slides something about the VCS3 and what it has in it, and I'll do a couple of little demos to show you how we operate it. And then later on I'll go into what is perhaps the most intriguing part of this instrument, which is the bass unit. So, is the mouse working? Maybe not, yeah. So, in a nutshell, this is the VCS4. It's already been said that it consists of two production units of the VCS3 synthesizer. These are these two here, which are called left and right. This is what they're called. And sitting on top, they can be pulled off, but they sit on top of this rather large bass unit with the keyboard. Each of these VCS3s is pretty heavily modified, as we'll see. They're not vanilla standard units which were shipped to people. They've been modified. And this modification, I think, has a huge amount to do with the fact that, as we've heard already, this was built for a particular performance. So I have suspicions that Birtwistle, talking with Zinovieff, somehow was behind some of these modifications. I don't know for sure, but I'm just guessing. The bass unit itself, here, on the left-hand side, there's a 6-channel mixer. So we were talking about mixers before, and you know, so I suspect that was part of whether it was Birtwistle and Zinovieff working together, somehow the idea came along that we needed a mixer in this thing. The reason being that there are 4 microphone channels which are plugged into these VCS4 and 2 tape machine channels, and these mixers basically controls the levels of these, and there's a master sort of left-right faders here. And then there's a whole bunch of control knobs here. Now we'll talk a little bit more of those later, but essentially these control knobs, most of them deal with a very intriguing effects unit which is built into the bass unit, which is called the violin fuzz. And this is a standalone unit that David Cockrell designed in 1968 for a particular performance in the QEH, which again Peter Zinovieff was involved in, whereby the idea was, I'll talk about more later about this, the idea was that you would put a violin sound through this and it would produce all kinds of effects on it, produce subharmonics and so on, and I'll show you later on a block diagram of what I think this is like. So a lot of the work I did here was partly restoration, because this, although this instrument did undergo quite an extensive restoration by Robin Wood at EMS in 2006, it still was not fully functioning when I arrived here, so I did a basic sort of servicing. But also part of my task was to figure out what those modifications were, because each of those VCSs is already a fairly complicated instrument, and when you put 2 together, plus the bass unit, the mixer, there are many inputs and outputs, and the idea was to try to trace what these were doing. Yeah. So it was also mentioned, I think, that the other special thing about this instrument is that it has a random triggering. So there's two kinds of random sources. One is a random triggering of the envelope shapers. So these are two shapers that shape the amplitude of the sounds. You can randomly trigger these envelopes, and there's also a random voltage source, which you can use as a control voltage for modulation of pitch, etc. So that's just in a nutshell what this is. Before we get into the details of that, let me just skip this. We've already seen these pictures before of it, in Peter Zinovieff's studio in 1970. Perhaps I would like to show this, if it's okay. So this is an Italian TV series, I think, from 1972, music series of documentaries, and this is one particular, I guess, I think it's called Nuovo Mondo or something. It's about, I guess, electronic music. I'll just show you the first clip because it shows Peter Zinovieff playing or fiddling with the VCS4 in his studio. So if I just play a little bit of that.
Qui siamo a Londra, in questo studio di musica elettronica, accanto alle apparecchiature che abbiamo visto finora, lavora un nuovo, importante personaggio della tecnologia moderna, il calcolatore elettronico o computer.
So I show that, I mean, it goes on for a bit more, but I show that because it clearly he was very familiar with this instrument, and that's why I asked the question about, and it's a question which has not been answered yet, who actually built this instrument. We don't know who built this instrument. We know that somehow Bert Wissel and Zinovieff were working together, and I don't know the person who actually made it, but I'm pretty sure Peter must have been involved in telling somebody, well, put this in, put this in. In particular, this thing, which we'll come back to later, called the violin fuzz unit, which is by far the most complicated thing. I think it's in that box. Yeah. So I'm just saying here a few words about the fact that it's not clear who built it. I was lucky enough to get into email correspondence with David Cockrell. I showed him pictures of the VCS4. He remembers the violin fuzz, and he remembers being asked to build it for this performance in QEH. But when he saw the pictures of VCS4, he said, I don't know who built it. He said it was obviously somebody who had more musical knowledge than myself. So everyone assumed that he had built it, but it's either his memory is going, which, it can happen, it was a long time ago, or there is somebody in the scenes, maybe somebody, because he had various people working with him in those days, 1969, 70, he had various engineers and people, jobbing engineers or something, who were helping him out. So who knows who actually built it, actually put it together. But there must have been a logic behind it, because it was used for this particular piece, Medusa. So somebody must have been familiar with this violin fuzz and for the other things to actually say, well, put this and put this in it. But we don't actually know right now. So let's start off with the VCS3. We've heard Francis's talk and the first talks about the origin and the history of this instrument. What I thought I'd go into a little bit of detail about is what's actually, if you look at the front panels and the lower panels of this instrument, what's actually there. Well, I've got this slide here, which is kind of just a summary of the various features here. So you've got a bunch of oscillators, which are in red here. So there's two audio oscillators. And then this one here is a sort of low frequency oscillator, but it can be heard as well. Then there's a ring modulator. We've heard already Lawrence giving a nice example of what ring modulation does, essentially multiplying two waveforms together, and it produces amazing and lots of very nice harmonics and so on. That is a very nice feature of this instrument. A filter, a voltage control filter in green here. And then importantly, this is the envelope shaper. So this gives dynamics to the sound. And then there's a few other things going on here. There's a reverberation, there's a spring reverb inside the unit, and a source of noise, yes, which has a filter on it, so you can have white noise, pink noise, or blue noise, whatever you want to call it. And then there's some controls to do with external inputs into the VCS, the levels and so on, and filtering. And last, there's a little meter. The meter makes it look almost like a piece of laboratory equipment. It's there to really monitor, either an audio signal or a control voltage. So that's the upper panels of both. In terms of the lower panel, this is the first thing it hits you is that matrix, this thing here, and this is the unique aspect of the VCS3 and the VCS4 is that in order to actually make a sound, you have to connect all these various things I showed before together, and the connection is not by the more traditional patching of cables, but rather by inserting pins in this matrix, so patch pins. Yeah? So unless you insert some pins in there, you will not hear anything. And to maybe explain that a little bit better, I've got this little diagram up here, which kind of is an example of a patch. So here is a little sort of diagram of the pins. The pins have got little resistors in them. They've got two poles, as it were, you know. If you look at this patch here, I've tried to indicate it with the colors here, what's happening. So if you look at these first two pins here, what we're doing is we're sort of taking the oscillator 2 waveforms and we're patching them into the filter. Okay, so that's where you have to insert the pins. So you can see the signal is coming from left and then going up. So that is taking, those pins are playing the role of an actual patch lead. Yeah. And similarly, once we've gone into the filter, we would say, okay, we've got an input. What about the output of the filter? Well, the output of the filter is down here, and then we can send that somewhere else. For example, here I put it in to the envelope, the envelope shaper. And then to hear the sound, you might want to put that envelope shaper to some sort of output. Before that, we can maybe, the output of the envelope shaper is here. And then in this example, we patch it to the reverb. And then finally, from the reverb, we can put it to one of the two output channels. So that's an example of a sort of relatively simple patch. So you can, I think you can see, and maybe I'll knock this patch up on one of those VCS3s and you can hear it, okay? But before I do that, let me just say that this way of patching is in some sense quite amazing because it's very visual. And you know, if I can compare this to what might happen in a more complicated synthesizer where you get that. Okay, that's a bit, it's not really fair to compare because that's a massive instrument. But you know, for some people, the beauty of using this instrument is that you can remove pins and put them in very easily, and you have a very sort of visual picture of the patch. Of course, if you start putting 20 pins in, it gets a bit, you know, it's just like patching with cables. It gets like spaghetti junction. But still, I think I always think that's it's an amazing thing. Whether it happened by accident, I don't know. That they chose this way of patching, but that's what they did. So let me demonstrate that in this right-hand VCS3. So if I can see here, so I'm going to patch maybe two oscillators to the filter. Now take the filter to the envelope, and then we'll take the envelope to the reverb, and then reverb out, and then I will right now the envelope shaper is not working, so you don't hear a sound. So to trigger the envelope, normally you can hit a key, or in this case, this is a good demonstration, there's a random source here, a random source of triggering, which is a very nice thing, where you can switch it on. Shows you how, and you can extrapolate to more complicated patches. Okay. So onto the VCS4 itself. As I've already explained, there's two, essentially the building blocks are two VCS3s and a bass unit. They're very early VCS3 units. I mean, they're from January 1970, so 24 and 25. They're signed off by David Cockrell. And I think when we first saw that, we said, okay, David must have made that, and then it seems that he didn't. But he certainly signed off. He signed off the both VCS3s. Looking at, so now I can show you some slides of just each of the instruments. Looking at the top panels, not much looks like it's been modified. It looks pretty much like the, an average VCS3. Nothing, there's no extra knobs and stuff on the front. There's a few modifications. The real modifications come when you start looking at the matrices on each of the VCS3. So everywhere you see Dymo tape on here, something has been modified. Yeah, and one of the things, the first things we see is the violin fuzz. This crazy box that's in there has been used extensively in the modification. This one, the V1 VI sig, that's the signal output from the violin fuzz, and you plug in this channel. This is where you plug any input. So you could have a cello or a violin outside, mic'd up, and then you could put it through and feed it into that instrument. And then there are, of course, these are the other modifications. I mentioned the microphone and tape machine inputs. This is where they are. So this is clearly an instrument designed for live use, and particularly, presumably, for this concert, where they had 2 tape machines going, and probably they used all 4 microphones, I'm guessing. I don't know if there's anything in the score. I was going to ask a question, but there wasn't time. Whether there was anything in the score about, things, what is being mic'd up and what is being fed into this. Maybe it's not known. I don't know. The other thing, the notable point here, you see this thing here? This says VCS3R. This is a very nice modification, because what it allows you to do is to take any signal from the left VCS3 and put it through to the right. So that's the only real communication between them, but it's still a very useful one. So, you can, for example, I think one of the artists today is going to do something where you can imagine you can send a reverb signal, through the first instrument, and pass it to the reverb of the second, and you get a sort of massive, reverb happening. Talking about reverb, if the next picture I think shows it well, you see, this is the back of the instrument now, with the back off. These circuits are all pretty standard circuits in a VCC, but what is totally not standard is this massive reverb tank here. The original VCS3 is a tank which is half as long. This is a very much 12-inch. It's probably going to have double the delay, sound much richer. So I suspect that was requisite, or somebody's, maybe Bertelsen wanted a very deep reverb or something. The reverb could also be accessed by independent inputs and outputs. I don't know. I think we found they were disconnected, actually. That's one of the things. So clearly this instrument, from the time of 1970, 71, something was done to it. It was built, it was used, but then somebody did something to it before it was refurbished by Robin Wood. Yeah, we'll see why in a minute. Somebody had done something, I don't know who, but some things were changed. The second one, again, looks pretty similar. The modifications you see is when you look at the matrix here. Just to point out, this one here says VCS3 left. This is the output of the left VCS3. So you can make them talk to each other via this. You can put a pin anywhere in here, and the signal, any signal from the VCS3 left can be patched into any of the control or signal inputs here. And again, we see that there's a tape machine input. Various things have been shuffled around, so some logic has been applied here. The other notable feature here is the random. This random here is the random voltage, which I mentioned before. Yeah. So I think randomness was something that both Zinovieff and Bertelsen were fascinated with. So clearly, I suspect that's one of the ingredients that he wanted to put into this VCS4, and it's there. And I think the only other time, I should mention that the random voltage generators later became a commercial product for EMS in a rack form. They had various rack effects units that they had, and one was called a random voltage generator. I haven't studied the detail of the circuit in there, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's almost the same. So we were talking before, I think Jim Gardner mentioned, this is the first EMS instrument with a keyboard. They were almost testing out a keyboard. Yeah, which later became a production keyboard. I think they were also using this as a testing ground for a random voltage generator, which came later. So it's quite interesting in the history of the whole thing, I think. The other thing which, I should have pointed out here, this is again a specific mod which I suspect somebody asked it for. You notice there I was triggering the envelope in different ways, pressing a key on the keyboard or triggering it using random triggering. This modification here, that you see here, what it does is it allows you to use one of the internal signals of the VCS3 to actually trigger the envelope. So, for example, if you patch, a low frequency oscillator square wave into here, you can trigger the envelope, using the oscillator or something else. And normally you can't do that on a VCS3 normally. So again, that's possibly a particular requirement that they had. Maybe now let's talk about perhaps the thing that makes it really more interesting, the bass units. I mentioned already the mixer. This is just showing you the various phases and so on. These controls here are to do with the random triggering as I was playing around with just now. Yeah, you can control the level of the voltage and the amount of randomness around it, and same for the trigger. The times of the trigger can have controls which can control the speed of the randomness, if you like. And this switch allows you, is a very nice switch. It allows you to have random triggering of one to the other, or both at the same time. Now I come on to the violin fuzz unit, because as I said, to me this is the biggest surprise. When we opened that box up, I couldn't believe what I saw, because what I saw was before I come on to saying that, let me just, I've said already what I think it's doing, and I'll show you a diagram later on. It's totally, it's unclear, because even David Cockrell doesn't remember, but he says it's essentially designed to take a violin or some other instrument input by a microphone, to extract the fundamental of whatever note you're playing, and then to take that fundamental and subdivide it down, in various stages. And this fundamental tone is fed into a ring modulator, where the ring modulator, you need two sources going in. So one is coming from the violin, and the other one is a sine oscillator, whose frequency is controlled by these divided fundamentals. So it's a very, when I looked at it, I thought, how did he come up with this? I just really have no idea. It's fascinating, but and then the outputs of the violin fuzz is a kind of mixture of the original signal, as you see. I have a diagram in a minute, and all these sub octaves, and it's really quite an involved thing. This is just a mention that this shows that this is the very first performance with this violin fuzz. It was for a solo violin, and I guess Peter must have done the tapes associated with this, and it just mentions real-time electronic treatment device made by David Cockrell. That is the violin fuzz. Yeah. And this is the first picture, and I have to really thank, this picture was taken by Fred Judd, I think who's people will probably know about. I have to thank Jim Gardner, eagle-eyed Jim Gardner, for spotting this. He showed it, he sent it to me a few days ago. It's the first picture I've seen of the original fuzz unit, because this thing here is the original fuzz unit. Standalone rack-mounted thing, which is in Peter Zinovieff's studio in the racks. So this is clearly around 1969, before the VCS4 was created. So there it is. And we can see why. I mean, the reason why we know that is because if you then look inside, so now we look inside the bass unit, we take the box off. This is where we were surprised, because what you see in here, and maybe it's better clearly shown in the next pictures. Can you see it there? This thing here is actually what we just saw on the racks. So they've literally taken this rack and stuck it inside this bass unit, and more or less all the front panel potentiometers have been essentially remapped out to the ones you see there. So it was literally like sort of lying down, let's put this in. So what we don't even know yet is how much of the functionality of this violin fuzz is actually controllable now, because we can see that some things have been disconnected. Okay, so for example, this empty area here, there would have been a spring reverb there, because in David Cockrell's design, at the output, there was a reverb. So that's why I'm intrigued by, the Medusa was a heavy use of reverb, and I'm still trying to listen to something where I can say, well, that's actually a violin or a cello being processed by this. It's really hard to tell, because sometimes you just pass a violin through a deep reverb, but passing it through the violin fuzz, we should hear all kinds of harmonics and some things going on, so it's tricky. But anyway, that's what was done. This is just the power supply here, and on the back here are just the circuits for the random voltage generators. They're there. Yeah. Now, when we looked inside, and so okay, let's see how much of this violin fuzz is working. This is what we were met with. So this is made by David Cockrell. I mean, it's a work of art in many ways, but first of all, at this stage, we had no schematics, no idea what is what, and it seemed like a hopeless task because we knew it's not working properly. It's something, we're getting something. Maybe I can quickly show it. That we can get some tonal change, and maybe when in the days at Simon and Lawrence, more was coming, but right now it's not fully working, that's for sure. So it seems like a hopeless task, or a task where to reverse engineer that and and try to recreate the schematics and see exactly what's going on. Hopeless. But then David Cockrell, I mean, is an amazing guy. I contacted him and he actually said, "Oh, I've got my original drawings of the schematics of this thing," and he sent me about 15-20 pages, and it's wonderful. Now we have a chance to see what's going on. Slight downside is I can't read his writing. In fact, most people can't read his writing. I think Jim Gardner said he's seen a few of his drawings before, and he might be able to help decipher. So I can see its electronic components. I can even guess, but the writing, But nevertheless, okay. I think we can cope with that. What I've done is essentially from that drawing, I've reconstructed a sort of block diagram of what this is doing. And as I said, it's a very complicated thing. What's going on here? I mean, to quickly talk you through it, the violin or whatever instrument comes in here, it goes through some compression, okay? It goes through a process where you extract the fundamental, and then you got all these various divisions of the fundamental happening. Filtering is going on all over the place. Here's the ring modulator I mentioned. So some of the fundamental is fed into the ring modulator. There's a sine oscillator going into the input there. This is controlled by, a subdivision. I mean, it's a very non-linear device in many ways. There's a mixer in there, and amplification, bandpass filters, an output amplifier with squelch. Now, I mean, squelch is something you usually do with radiophonic, right? When you want to lower the level, I think it's like automatic gain control, maybe. That's in there somewhere. But you see, there's a reverb tank at the end of the chain here. And indeed, that reverb tank, I suspect, is the missing hole in there. The wires are there, but the tank is missing. So whether it was originally there, we don't know. The other thing I would like to point out to you is, apart from all this signal processing, the green signals here are like audio. He's also designed it so that when you play the violin, it extracts an envelope. There's an envelope detector in there, so you get a control voltage coming out. Which is actually on the instrument, but it's not working at the moment. But in principle, that was used, as you can see from the red line here, to modulate the output. So that to me is probably the most complicated thing in the VCS4. How much it was used, Medusa and so on, I don't know. I know, Simon, you used it, right? And you're fiddling around with the controls.
I remember it working. It started working less and less.
Yeah.
It very
certainly
temperamental.
did originally work.
I mean,
I think that maybe what he means by the squelch is that the envelope detector is controlling the volume.
Yes.
There. And
So that's what he means by squelch.
He means by the squelch.
So I can try to
It's a
demonstrate.
guess anyway.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, I will put through. I will see what we. I can show what we have in
I
terms.
remember it working. I remember the suboctave
You're getting
generation was quite interesting.
Okay, so I'll show this. The state of affairs we've got now. If I put in just an oscillator, and I put the signal out. Yeah, that's right. So I'm putting in the violin signal. Now, turning some of these through with symmetric divisions, not much is happening. it's not well, and you know, I think my role here in the future will be try to now essentially understand this. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm amazed we're getting anything from it. Oh, sorry, just skip that. Sorry. I don't know how to get out of this. Ah, okay, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is what I want to show. So this is another block diagram. Essentially, this block diagram is our knowledge right now of exactly the routings and so on, all the mods that have been done inside there. So it's a bit of a diagram, right? But let me quickly take you through it. So these are the two VCSs, and you know, I'm trying to do color coding here. There are external inputs to the VCS, to each VCS3, input 1, 2, input 1, 2, okay? But there's been various switches at it whereby you can, for example, you know, I showed you all those mods, all those bits of tape on the matrix. Each by adding switches in the back, they have dual functionality. So you can switch off and on the random. You can switch off and on the violin fuzz. So you can make that into a kind of, you know, different configurations, if you like. So I mean, this is the left-hand one. It shows the violin fuzz. You know, the signals go into there, going out. These ones here are these ones I showed before. This envelope extractor, which is not working. And then essentially these sounds go into this mixer. This mixer here is the one on you see on the bass unit with the 6 faders, and these are the various microphone inputs. So it took a while, a lot of tracing of signals to actually get to that stage, and but having done that, it makes a lot more sense. And in fact, listening to the talks today and about how it was played, or at least about its role in Medusa, it makes to some extent a lot more sense that this is really an instrument designed to taking many inputs from other instruments, orchestral, you know, amplified instruments. I mentioned already, no one knows who built the VCS4. Maybe at the end it doesn't perhaps matter, but I was intrigued. That's why I asked the question earlier about whether Peter Zinovieff was really behind this instrument, in a sense that he already knew he had this he knew him and David Cockle knew they had these separate modules. They had a random trigger voltage module. They had the violin fuzz module. So I just wonder how much Peter was involved in the actual at least the instructing some engineer to put this together, even if it wasn't David Cockrell. Yeah. And I said Robin Wood. You'd think the first person might know. No, he just basically recalls there's people in the background. He just says when he first showed up at EMS, it was there. And well. So anyway, just to end, I just thought a few things about the future. We're going, as I said, we're going to try to repair the violin fuzz and get it working completely, because it's an amazing thing. I think it's just good to see, because if you get it working, maybe you can even, you know, do a bit of archaeology, I don't know, and play a violin through it and compare it to what we've been hearing on Medusa or a cello or something, you know, because otherwise we don't know whether this was used or not. It's a way of, you know, trying to figure out. So we'll try to do that, try to redraw the schematics and reverse engineer it, and, you know, and so on and so forth. This is important for the longevity of this instrument, I think, because nothing came with this, no manual of the bass unit, nothing. So essentially, which may be good or not. Some students might come along and just play around and get something cool. But I think we actually need it. We need to have all the schematics for the longevity. And we're certainly going to be thinking about building an interface box whereby students can add in additional sources, because that instrument, after all, in some sense, the whole purpose of it was to actually bring together many instruments and process them. Yeah? And so that can be done today. It could be with acoustic instruments or other synthesizers, whatever. And yeah, I said also do a manual, but that may or may not be important. Just to say a few words of acknowledgement. Of course, I thank EMS for inviting me to help to restore and to actually investigate what's inside this wonderful instrument. And thanks to Robin Wood, David Cockrell, Jim Gardner was a big help. Adam Reed also for conversations and so on. And yeah, I hadn't realized that this is a year today that we lost Peter, but this is a particular favorite picture I have of him in front of his computer. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Brilliant.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I don't know if there's any questions, or we can have a...
Yes, I mean, we've got to, if there's a few questions.
Was I quick?
No, that was just... we totally
I've got a comment more than a question.
Oh, right.
One of the nice things about the patch
Yes.
panel that is, because it is a live performance instrument, is that not only is it quite easy to use, but also, of course, you can have a particular patch, and you can have the next patch all set up with pins of a different colour ready to go, and then when you're ready to go, you whip those out, the next one's in, and then you've got the next
yeah,
thing.
so you can pop the pins up, can't you? And they can invest there.
The jack field, it was, you know,
you're all...
there, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things I did, I made a piece in, when was that, in about 1972, because we played it at ISIS. This piece, Dominant Point, where it's three VCS3s, and the piece lasts for an hour, and they only drop out and repatch once each. The whole thing works on a basis of what I call an evolutionary patch, where you had a set of instructions: move that oscillator frequency, move that filter frequency, take out that pin, put in another pin, and gradually.
And it was all done smoothly. Amazing.
Modular changes from one thing to another, I don't know who came up with the idea of the patch panel, because that's just terrific.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Jim Gardner knows. He's talked to David Cockrell. So I think they tend to say, well, we wanted to, make it, try to keep the budget down.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And
well, the story I remember is that they originally had a larger matrix.
Oh, is that right?
But
didn't know that.
But Peter got a very good deal on 16 by 16
Yes.
matrices, so they left out some stuff to accommodate that, so they could make it cheaper.
Yeah, okay.
I think they were very easily available at that time.
Yeah,
they were 16 by 16.
There was just that
go and pick
size
them
seemed
up
to be very readily available at a moderate price, and so they.
I mean, the company behind the matrices, Electro, they were, I think, originally designed for early computers, for programming early analog computers and proto-digital computers. I don't think they were actually used for sound, but of course we see them in Peter's studio, in these huge matrices, and then
And then on the VCS, on the Synth 100, they've got the two
big
ones as well. So Sorry, could you remind me what was the name of there's a solo violin piece that the Buzz used?
It was yes, it's on.
Was it played by Pauline?
Yes.
Yeah, right. What was the title of the composition?
It's called Empiriform. The
Empiriform.
No, it's not.
It's not the name of the song.
Empiriform's.
I think Jim just said something.
Yeah, but isn't
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh yeah, Jim. I've forgotten the name of the piece.
Hang on, sorry, isn't Empiriform for
Empiriform by Justin Connolly.
Yeah, but could you just sort of say what I'm saying? Empiriform is not a solo violin piece; it's for singer.
Sorry, I'm talking over people, but I can't hear what people are saying. Sorry.
So Jim,
can I just say, Marcus, I haven't got any audio on Zoom at all, and I can hear Jim loud and clear only, and no one else.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Sorry, I hadn't realised you guys were listening in. So
oh dear.
I'm not sure why.
Well, they can watch afterwards.
Yeah.
There's a dilemma between using the Zoom feed, which is live, and I've obviously cancelled the other feed, or else we'll get mega feedback, only because I might want to ask a question, but I can't hear.
So to my knowledge, Empiriform is not a solo.
Wait for... you can't hear me, Simon.
There's a BBC...
Aha, you're louder now. But I couldn't hear any of that earlier conversation at all, and I think Jim was echoing that.
That may be... The microphones are just a bit too directional because we're trying to keep feedback down in the room. Sorry, I hadn't realised you were listening via this means.
We have to if we want to join in. It's the only medium.
Yeah, no, you're right.
But unfortunately, I can't hear any
okay.
I think there was a comment earlier about the different line feeds into the VCS4. Sorry, it's Tom Hall jumping in here in the break.
Carry on.
And that would seem to be cleanly aligned with Medusa's score instruction that says wind and strings are electronically amplified. So that would be flute, clarinet, doubling saxophone at times, and then violin, doubling viola, and cello. So it seems a pretty clean map from that point of view. Although status of the violin fuzz there's no indication of that on the score, to be clear.
Yes.
And my equivalent adding point there is thanks so much, Steve, for clarifying that it is a mixer. I mean, as I said, I was talking about Ewers and things, which is very true. But to see that there was a mixer built in, which I didn't know about, is absolutely in line with what Tom just said. It was clearly a very different approach than what others were using. It's a very interesting thought. And the reverb, are you saying, Steve, and you might have answered this in the dead time when I couldn't hear you, that the spring reverbs in the VCS3s are tiny things.
Yes.
Are they literally twice as big in that reverb box?
Yes. Yeah, they actually bolted them to the outside of the case. So it's literally a 12-inch reverb on both units. So the one inside has been removed in the VCS3s, and these two massive ones bolted on the outside.
One for each VCS3, as it were.
Exactly.
VCS4.
Yeah.
Could I make a comment, Marcus? As I say,
sure.
My ear is against. Puts a loud spike through, I'll be a bit upset. But my ear is against my laptop's loudspeaker.
Okay.
Steve, you used the expression random triggering a couple of times. I use my AKS and VCS3 with amplitude triggering, in which you'd set the envelope off repetition. It could repeat, as we could literally see and hear clicking in the background. You'd set it to infinite, and then there was simply an amplitude. I used to use mic inputs to trigger the envelope. That was immensely powerful because you could be feeding something totally different to the envelope and then trigger it from a percussion hit. Is that what you meant? But that was something the VCS3 and AKS, I thought it was quite revolutionary.
Yeah, I understand exactly what the effect you're saying. I think it was added later in later versions, where you essentially put a signal in and it will trigger the envelope indeed. This one, there's a special circuit for producing the randomness. So there's two separate random circuits, one producing a random voltage and the other one producing random triggers, each of which has two potentiometers for controlling. Yeah. And as I said, almost certainly, although I haven't looked in detail at the circuits, I believe that they are the same things that EMS later put in their rack units that they sold commercially, the random voltage generator it was called. Because that random voltage generator had both gate random triggering and also control voltages random.
Again, may I ask another question, Marcus, to Steve and to Lawrence, is that when you say if it's not Dave Cockerell doing this, might it not have been Tristram Carey? Did his disc studio Tristram built so much? Could he have had something to do with the physical building? Rogue question.
Interesting.
I find it a bit unlikely from what I know, what little I know about the time, but it's possible, I suppose he might have done. Because he did, yes, he certainly built lots and lots of stuff for his own studio originally. Yeah.
I mean, Robin Wood had thought that maybe there was a few backroom boys working with David Cockerell when he was in Kilburn.
Yeah, that sounds more likely to me.
You know, but somebody, whether it was Peters and Ovis, must have given him instructions on what to put in this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a person we don't know who it is.
Yeah.
That's right. I mean, there are a couple of potential candidates, but it looks a bit too rough for some people. And maybe David's just forgotten, but it's possible. But there was another guy called Terry Ralph Knight who worked there, and another guy whose name I've forgotten at the moment, who could have just knocked up it's plywood, the case, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, and as I said, they literally took the fuzz and just stuck it in there, and there's no finesse. There's a bit of a lash up inside, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, some of the things have got precursors elsewhere. The pitch extractor, I think you said that the violin fuzz has a pitch extractor,
Yeah, it does indeed.
One of the things that David Cockerell built for the Cybernetic Serendipity exhibition extracted the pitch of somebody whistling in, so he'd already worked out a pitch extraction
circuit
device in '68. And similarly, as we were saying before, some of the things that, like the random staircase generator, ended up being offered as part of the Belgrade spec. It suddenly pops up in April of 1970. So again, exactly the same time as we're talking about this unit being in operation. So there's definitely a bit of backwards and forwards between various devices.
Yeah, also there was the pitch to voltage converter, which was developed later. I think definitely relates to that. Yeah.
That's right. And I think, was somebody saying something about the pin matrix? I couldn't quite hear.
We're just speculating about, who came up with the idea. Was it just to save money, or there was something? Was it a deeper reason?
To be David, but they already had it in some of the pictures we just saw before of the studio. You can see a very large matrix, but that uses shorting pins.
Right, not resistor pins, so it's not meant for summing. Let's say. Yeah.
That's right. No, it's just a connector thing, kind of thing. I think the first one supposedly came from Lyle Street.
Where they had a lot of surplus electronics, or
exactly, and just got a deal on them, I think. But it's difficult to know exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was fantastic, Steve. Thank you so much for that.
Jim. Yeah, it's good to finally talk to you.
Yeah, and thanks for calling in, guys. Sorry there were a few technical issues with you being able to hear. We're now moving on towards more of the performances, and so I just wanted to talk a little bit about what's been happening at Goldsmiths since the unit's been here. I mean, we had this brief period before lockdown when we were sort of beginning to get into the work, and we've had, I mean, really we should have had lots and lots of work done on it by now, but we haven't been able to because people didn't have access. But we have had a number of works. John Leely produced a piece for Long Player Day, and I'm going to play that in a minute just in the background while we're working. It was a piece that was very much designed, I think, for people to interact, to move amongst. Oliver Haylett is also here, who did a piece for us at a live concert we did in the George Wood Theatre in 2019, wasn't it? He's going to be playing shortly as well. We're going to get him to sort of do a new version, which is different to the original. But I might play a little bit of the documentation I've got from you of the performance in the video. Maybe I think is the most interesting, because it kind of shows us what was actually happening at this particular performance. Find it. I have it. You did send it to me, didn't you? I've got the audio for it. Yeah, here we go. It's this one, isn't it? No, that's actually audio. That's audio. Did I put it in AV resources? I apologise, I don't seem to have the one here, but I do have the audio. Sure. So maybe we'll play a little bit of the audio. fade that out there. And as I say, Ollie's going to be back with us after the next section with a live performance. But perhaps you could just very, very quickly shout out what you're actually doing there.
There's a bit of the beginning. There's a recording of the VCS4 on the ferrograph on the tape, and then I'm just kind of filtering through that sound. And what was said just a minute ago, I don't know who said it, but the idea of like having a set of patches in and then half patches out, or just a couple out, enough to then be able to. So I think it just entered a kind of a barren changing of the patches bit, where I was kind of playing with some the reverb and the modulator, and also trying to change those patches over before the tape, which was silent, was about to bring something else in.
I see.
And then that's it was. I don't think I'm going to be doing it in the performance in a minute, but actually, putting the sounds of the VCS4 back into itself through the tape, and filtering them again as like another like way of it connecting with itself or interacting with itself. There we go.
Brilliant.
That's some of
the summary of it. Oh no, thank you very much. So, what I'm going to do now, I've got a recording of John Leely's performance from Long Player Day, and I'm going to put that on in the background, and we're actually going to start setting up for the performances that are happening from here on. So feel free to come and go, and I think that was very much the nature of John's piece, from what I remember. It was a sonic space to inhabit, essentially. So we'll be re-experiencing that for a little while we get Oliver ready to perform, and then shortly after him we'll be hearing from Ingrid. And is Alana with us still, or is she? Then Alana will be a little bit after that. Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much for travelling with us on this journey. So I will now sort out the John Lilly piece.
Belgium tomorrow and catch trains. I think we're probably going to. This is a kind of a good time. We've been brilliant. We'd love to stay and hear the pieces, but at some point.
Yeah. Well, I hope this will all be on the live stream. You can catch up with
it. Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's being live streamed, so hopefully all the audio will just
I've
be.
got a link to that. That's great.
Yeah.
I felt like I needed to just do something that was a bit more focused on a few things, or kind of, like it's a PhD, they have to be
No,
but yeah, it was an interesting project for sure. That's it, that's right. Yeah, it was a collaborative. This thing they do is collaborative doctoral work.
Right. So fine, thank you.
Institutions like something like that. As well, they partner up with the university to kind of co-fund. It's with the HRC scheme basically. So my university for that was the Royal College of Art. With some input from the Science Museum. So
because there was an exhibition there.
Yeah, that was actually.
I remember talking to Robin. He said he did his prototype of VCS.
That's right. Yeah, he did, and that was in 2013 or 14. I think it's before I started doing my work there. But I think that the impetus to do it might come off the back of that. That's probably how they got the funding. Yeah. do a PhD about it. So I thought, well, I've kind of, you know, maybe I could do that because I'd sort of done these other projects, and so I ended up doing it through that. But anyway, now I teach at Lincoln
what else do we
in the sound and music production course,
down
which
there.
is it's very digital, unfortunately. It is. I mean, it's quite.
I know something exists on the book.
Yeah, you're. And where is it? Kiel as well. I think they've got some EMS stuff still. They've got loads of stuff at Kiel, I think. But Lincoln, no, it's very. It's a very small course as well. It's part of the media school.
Yeah, they're using
yeah, it's part of like film and media. So it's Lincoln's a funny place as well. It's not like a hotbed of electronic music. Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of medievals sit there, and they've got cathedral and that. So. But yeah, that's what I'm doing at the moment. But Marcus invited me to come down. Because just before, while I was trying to finish up my thesis, I found out that they had a VCS4 here. Kind of bad timing anyway, so I was like, I've got to hand it in. I haven't got time to like spend another year with that. But I've like, managed to play around with it. It's great.
I like your getting watched to death or something like that. That was lovely for me.
Yeah.
That was very interesting.
I mean, it really was an eye-opener.
What about the VI box, which is just sort of like the launch session.
This is
Alana or somebody. There was something about sound the development of that amongst things like
so this is her
and all that kind of stuff. So whether there's something in the elementary circuit that is quite, you know, really sort of
well, certainly it could be because there's a whole bunch of different filters in there, and of course the vocoders have these very specific filters in there, and they have, you know.
I don't know how helps at all, but
I think
no,
it was always incredibly temperamental, and you could never. It was very random. You never knew if you were going to work on it. And I've managed. The very early days when it came in, I used to get it to be some lucky. You could go right down the subharmonic.
Oh wow! I'm looking forward to getting in bed.
It was like a subharmonic series.
Really? Yes, it's probably David says integer divisions of the.
Yeah. And it did work that way, but it was very temper, and it was obviously picking up some trigger.
Right at the back of the,
you know, and because you just make it work. And then there's other kind of bowing things there, which that never worked.
So it never worked. I was asking about that because
the VI bow, we could never.
You mean the ones that were long?
So the ones
you turn something, you've got to sort of
currently go from the back of the VCS4 into that, just for these ones.
Oh yes.
Well,
Okay.
I think in principle there are two essentially CVs which are coming from the. Whether they follow the bow action and then you can do
we're
still which are then going to control
this idea. I'd like to do this.
No, I
try and get his sound.
So I put these little breaks in.
It's so hard to get.
Depending on if you get around there. So that goes left output to VCS4. It's very low.
And it got more and more sentimental as time.
Now it's really. I mean, it's definitely fixed. Yeah, it's definitely fixed.
So that's then to go into this. So Lena will be using it to go into her mixer for her performance.
Robin or somebody else in those days when I used to go down there sometimes.
Just go into our mix.
This is just. So that just goes into there, then it's going into Behringer for Ollie. So that just needs to go into the back here, but take out, so take out the cable which is currently going into that mixer. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
They were talking about producing
I need to, what you're saying is what me
they sort of started
the VCS4 for the mixer.
Yes, yeah.
It never happened, you know.
So there was an idea they might make a production.
They were definitely
so that's the
talking
left
about this
one.
would be a great production model.
Actually, it would fill a different role as well.
That's the other one.
We could have done both, but of course.
The things are moving so fast.
I plugged that into where we were going into the
And I think there was always a bit of struggle for money there as well.
That can be right.
And, you know, if you look at the archives and sort of money side of it, it's just There's, you know, they're managing through.
That's now connected
You know,
to
it's not
that
like
mixer.
So that's now in here.
And this mixer is going where?
That's going into channel 12.
And that's all set up.
Yeah.
Well,
Or 12, 13, the stereo one.
Also, I mean, he really wanted to just be running his computer studio as well, because that's the thing that took a lot of
So you've got, that's...
Okay, that's up.
Really?
I don't think
Oh,
they've
yeah,
been...
because there wasn't any studio that really followed through.
We went down there and they got the first experiment of sampling.
Oh, that's the one
I
that's...
walked into a room, it was full of computers and tapes, and I got my flute out, and they said we can do a minute of sampling. Basically what it was I played something, and it was basically loads of filter oscillators like in the VCS4. Analyse each one. Each one tuned to a semitone.
Yeah.
So as you played, each one picked up, and then it was all the little signals recorded on the computer tape. When they reversed it, then turned all the filters to oscillate, and you played your flute sound back.
Yeah.
But with banks of enormous banks of, I don't know how it feels so well. It was amazing sound.
I only met it as it was, but I didn't mention there was another stanza which only lasted for 10 seconds before it was a huge board with about 200 chips in it, which would cost a fortune to make. It was the world's first stanza.
It's cool.
Very short.
No, that's all right. No, I just bumped into it by mistake.
Right.
I think
that's coming in.
Great. That's great.
Have you got a sound output coming?
This is... yeah, it's like...
Cool.
That's 3.
Do something which now fits into a tiny chip on a mobile phone.
Yeah.
Have you got sound output?
Yep, so we've got the VCS4 coming through. This should be coming through in a second.
Lots of those big
I'm not hearing anything.
So you're still working on the...
Yeah, we'll be working on this.
Buzz off before they get into this. Do you want me to carry
I
anything?
mean, I'm really interested.
Well,
to
that's
see
on
the
wheels,
violin.
and the
Yeah,
other one goes around my
As I
neck.
said, if we could get it actually working, maybe it's temperamental, but
It's
maybe
easy to go.
I haven't listened to that, so I can hear violins, I can hear reverb, I can hear that.
It's really hard to tell exactly what they
The idea of the plan. Thank you so much. It was a very, very spectacular day. I thought it was wonderful.
But if you could do that,
I'm very happy.
And the feeds from all those people.
Yeah.
And having Peter got involved, that was a big surprise.
Yeah, and when Simon dropped in as well, that was like
Great.
nowhere. Yeah, no,
Absolutely brilliant. And well done for having all this stuff, all ready to play and work. It was really good. And
thank you for being part of
and
it.
flexible. Oh, I enjoyed it. I wouldn't have missed it for the world.
You're coming back again.
Oh, I hope so. Invite me. I'll be back anytime.
Yeah, we'll definitely be back again. Why have I got no outputs?
And see what's happening, because looking at that, you have no idea. You can randomly try to change points and see if it works, but until you actually see a block diagram, until you see, that one corresponds to this other side. It's time to make sense.
No, that was feedback. I mean, I appear to have you coming in here, but I don't have any...
Can you see it coming in?
Yeah, my physicist, in fact, I'm so far removed from this that I don't do it.
Well, I've got something, but I don't know...
I also had interest in listening to it.
We're going to have to slow down.
And then I...
we could swap it.
Oh, we can move over to...
Send it over to where Laurie
Yeah.
I heard that, I'd seen, I knew he existed, but there was a time when nobody knew where he was. And he was Simon's
I think, because we're doing Ollie's, sending everything up for Ollie first, and then we'll sort of chip things around for however you need it set up. That's pretty simple. So. Isn't it coming in? Yeah. Very quiet.
made it.
No, well done. You're just in time, really, because we're about to do the performances. So I've got Ollie setting up over there.
I hope they say Vegas trains are literally at
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, so it is like some weird version of Christmas, isn't it? When you have to be certain places, otherwise things just don't happen.
What would you like me to do?
Well, at the moment, I mean, enjoy really.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I'll just turn that down. Is that a bit loud, or is that?
No.
Okay. All of a sudden we seem to.
I mean,
I can turn you down a bit. There you go.
Well, you know, that'll be fine.
So there will be things to do, people coming, going, but at the moment, it's mainly he's just setting himself up. Then Ingrid will be setting up, and Alana and Alex are pretty much set up already.
Okay.
So yeah,
Cool.
thanks for having me.
I will.
Enjoy the concert.
Charge my phone because I've got to charge my phone.
Really was on a level with the musician, you know, in the same way, shaping sound, shaping colour.
No. I'll
And also just look at this piece.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, those ones are all full. We just need one more.
We should have an extension socket because someone bought one back that I don't think we've used yet. The red cable.
Then that's the photograph. Yeah, that's the photograph power. That's fine. I'm sure that's right.
hand you over to Ollie. We're going to keep the lights on for this one. He needs to be able to read this paper.
thanks anyway.
Brilliant. Thank you. Fantastic tones, and I love the groove as well.
Yeah. Great stuff. This has been amazing to work with, by the way. I don't know, maybe I should say something rather than like playing not what I wanted to play. It's been fantastic. It's an incredible thing. It has a really interesting way of responding between the two machines. This and the random, these random variances that are coming in on the right are like really, really interesting, and the way that you don't always know what you're going to get. I mean, I think I was thinking about this the other day. Do you guys want to hear this? I don't know. Like,
Yeah, go on.
Like, I was thinking the other day, I don't know what I'm doing with it. No, wait, hold on a second. No, you've got to go with it. You just got to go with what it is. That's what it's designed for. That's what's great about it. You just got to go with it because you don't know what you're going to get. And then I thought, that sounds like someone who doesn't know what they're doing. So that's what I always think when someone else like does something. You know, you're like, oh, well, you haven't quite worked out how to do it yet. But I think that's what's really interesting about it. There's this like interesting interplay where you never know where you're going. Anyway, thanks again.
Thank you, As I overhail it. Wrestling. The VCS4. We're gonna take probably about 10, and then we'll get Ingrid into the slot. We're roughly still on time, maybe 10 minutes out, but we're not too far off schedule. So, all good. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Sorry.
You right?
Yeah, fine.
Never apologise for something that sounds
Can you hear me through this mic? Is this working? Yeah, great, thanks. So I just thought I would introduce this project. So I've been working with the Lily Greenham archive, although during the pandemic, obviously, there was no access to the archive. So this is a very new project, really, although we've been talking about it for a long time. And I was invited by James Bully to come and work with the archive, and the EMS have been really supportive. Thank you, Marcus and Adam. And Lily, in her practice, was a sound poet, but she also put her voice through the synthy that was made by the EMS. So this is sort of the closest relation I have at Goldsmiths, and it's quite an idiosyncratic creature. And I do think of it as a creature, not as a machine. She's got her own personality, and she's my fellow improviser. So I work with her, and we've had maybe 3 sessions now of improvising together. So it's one of these situations where you get to know each other, you're connecting through sound and getting to know each other's sort of areas where they won't go and areas where they will go and things like that. So it's really fun getting to know her, and there are some points where she just says no, and there are some points where she does things that are really unexpected, and it's all the fun of working with the VCS4, really. And so I'm going to just do some improvisation with it, and I've worked with the VCS4 in terms of thinking of duets, so I'm duetting with the VCS4, and I'm very interested in the sonic phenomena that the VCS4 produces, and then getting the 2 sides here to duet with each other, so it's sort of in 2 halves. All right, thanks for waiting around while we just sorted everything out. Okay.
about 10 minutes or so. Right.
Yeah, me too.
And they're going to Alina's mix over here.
No, I'm not that yet. Actually, I have a different approach to it. It's because I was brought up with women. I've said that all. So trust me.
This is the yes.
Sorry? Yeah, yeah.
So they put some copy back.
Same old conversation.
Yeah, use this one. This is just completely wet.
No, I mean, obviously, I've got two proper ones. And the beauty, I mean, you can look into them. This has got a thickness to it.
Or is that a bit?
A lot of other synths don't have. Yeah, it's the quality of the thing. Yeah, very simple. Extract,
Was that music to you?
Yeah, don't kick it.
May I unpatch this?
Yes, of course.
Don't make any E prima voglio provare il dimmi se sta entrando.
Well, I don't think it's it is running, but it's running with lots of delays. I don't want to be sitting in Dawson Junction for an hour waiting for work. So, but,
It's so cool. I mean,
it's really good.
We've had a few technical kind of things.
Well, yeah, but that's inevitable, isn't it?
Quite complex outings. I'll send thank you.
Okay, yeah, make sure because we're all in touch with each other now, so that's really good. What you've done there, you've put a lot of
That was the beginning of things.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully we're back here.
Can I come back next year and do that again? That's just annoying as hell.
We'll do a 3-day festival next year. Come on.
Good.
We'll all fit in.
modular
Well, I think Oliver.
VCS4 and Team Strike, that's it. Train Strike, that's it.
That was the first thing I thought about you. I'm not sure.
We're trying with the speakers maybe, just for check.
this week. Tomorrow.
What happens during
Well, in terms of the EMS is open. We're open right through.
What around the corner?
What, the studio here? Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, we're open. GMS we're open. We only do weekday hours. 10 till 6, 5 days a week, right through until the start of the
I just think I've mentioned this to you before.
Yeah.
I should speak to Michelle because there's all those rooms with cameras.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you actually block that?
What, the ones opposite?
Yeah, just gelling.
I don't know what the process is because that's done from the upstairs. Yeah, that's the they book the upstairs. It's the only rooms I book outside EMS of the little 275, 276.
Yeah, because I've lost the I can't go into the church now. Play the piano and the organ and
That's a shame.
I was going to walk away, to be honest. I've still got the charm in the house.
Right, well, that's something.
Yeah. Politics of religion.
Well, yeah, not that surprised. Spaces come and go, don't they?
It's not just that. There's no one in them.
Right.
It's a waste.
Right.
It's to do with power. Everything is to do with power.
Right.
Take it forward.
Well, that sums up the church, kind of.
No one people don't believe in the idea. When you've got religious values, you don't need to go to a church anymore. It's just very sad.
Okay, I think we're good.
Yeah.
It's possible to dim a bit the light.
We
or
seem,
not.
we seem to be able to do all or nothing.
Okay, then.
So we can go. I think we'll get down a bit more.
Okay. No, never mind.
No, we're getting there. Because you got the light off this, so that's probably good.
Inizio una dice. Adesso non c'è nulla.
First visiting artist with the VCS4. She's been coming in for about a year now, haven't you? Occasionally getting into it, coming to see it, working with it, developing a relationship with it, and changes genders as well. Also, we have Alex Gomez, her producer, working with her tonight in order to realise a whole bunch of additional equipment, which I don't entirely know what it is, but there's loads of it, and I'm really looking forward to this performance because it really is a culmination of about a year's planning. So, over to you guys. Fantastic. Thank you. thank you to everybody. People who've come to be involved in this, the team that's been involved in making it happen, to Steve, to Alana, to everybody who's just put in so much of an effort to make today happen. And to those of you who are still out there on the stream, thank you for joining us virtually. As I say, we hope this will become a regular event, but there won't be one for a while because I need a rest. Over and out. Thank you. If anyone has any questions for anybody here, then now's a good time to mingle. Thank you.